Hey everybody, happy Thursday and welcome to another Techstrong TV broadcast. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon. Today is Thursday, June 2nd, and we have a great show for you today, chock full of goodness. We get things kicked off today with a conversation between Alan and Avi Shua, who is the CEO and co-founder over at Orca Security, and they are talking about Orca Security's latest product to hit the market. This is something that will enable organizations to combine both their risk and compliance insights from throughout their public cloud accounts to determine which areas to protect or correct first based on the greatest potential business impact. This is all about actually reducing the amount of security alert fatigue among IT practitioners. And Avi and Alan talk about what this product is, what it means, or what the service is, I should say, what it means for the security space in general, and especially with respect to DevSecOps. Great conversation there. After that, we have a conversation that Alan had at the recent KubeCon Cloud Native Con in Valencia event in Valencia, Spain. It was happened, I guess, about 2 weeks ago. And in this conversation, Alan speaks with Kenny Johnston, who is the Senior Director of Product Management over at Gitlab. And they discuss the Milestone 15 release of Gitlab. Milestone 15 comprises 4 components: observability for DevOps, in addition to application performance, software supply chain, agile engineering planning, and improved ability to manage models right alongside pipelines shipping code. This is a tremendous update to the GitLab offering, and Alan and Kenny talk about really what it means in the DevOps space in general and how it's pushing GitLab even more forward. And it is a great conversation also. After that, we have the SRE show. This is episode number 2 of the SRE show. It's a new series here on Techstrong TV. This one is titled Redefining Incident Response for SRE. And in this one, the hosts Mitch Ashley and Austin Parker are joined by April Edwards from Microsoft. And they discuss how SREs are helping redefine and streamlining the incident response process and how it is different from traditional alerting and paging. If you have any questions about SREs and what it means to be an SRE, especially as it pertains to incident response, this is definitely one you want to check out. So good stuff there as well. After that, we've got our Something Old segment. In this one, we have a conversation, actually a presentation from the recent Secure Software Summit virtual event. This one has 3 different speakers. We have Rob Lundy, who is a Director of Product Marketing over at Shift Left, Brian Smith, who is the CTO of Risk Lens, and Malcolm Harkins, who is the Chief Security and Trust Officer at Epiphany Systems. And they discuss reachability and risk, tools for security leaders, discussing what they mean by reachability as a relatively straightforward way to measure the likelihood that a vulnerability can be exploited by a malicious actor, and risk, which is the additional factors to get to a financial understanding of threats. So they parse it out, what those two mean for security and how together reachability and risk is the new language for security leaders. Good stuff there as well. Lots of takeaways in that presentation. After that, I'm back with the news headlines, and then I have a great conversation with Tejpal Chadha, who is the global head at for Digitate's SaaS and cloud and cybersecurity practice at Digitate. And we talk about the fact that when it comes to cybersecurity, conventional wisdom dictates that it is better to be safe than sorry. But it also means that SecOps teams are constantly inundated with alerts. more on the alert stuff. So we discuss how AI ops can provide an automated and intelligent solution for filtering out the noise and remediation and automation of the real threats to protect the business. And it is a great conversation, really kind of brings to light the role that AI ops can play when it comes to incident response. Great conversation. After that, I've got the webinars preview for you. And then we have the first of 3 different conversations that Mitch Ashley has. In his first one, he speaks with Sanjay Nagaraj, who is the co-founder and CTO over at Traceable. They talk about the release of Traceable's API catalog in both free team and enterprise editions. And they also discuss the importance of API discovery with automation integrated into DevOps workflow pipelines and tool chains in the dynamic world of software and how it is constantly under change. So many things that they discuss in this conversation. Really, APIs are kind of the thing that drives so many different applications and application development and processes these days. They're critical to any DevOps process, so you definitely want to check this one out. After that, Mitch speaks with Lance Knight, who is the President and COO of ConnectAll, and they discuss the meaning behind value stream management and how value stream management brings more extraordinary insight into the DevOps software and delivery workflow. Interesting conversation. We've been talking about value stream management for quite a while, and it is really coming into its own as a very valuable tool for businesses as they look to really find the value behind their processes. So another great conversation there. And then finally, his third presentation, or conversation, I should say, is with Mitali Shakiri, who is the founder and CTO of AppStellar, and they discuss the opportunities and challenges of Kubernetes in the AWS cloud. Certainly another very worthwhile conversation and very relevant to, I'm sure, a number of our audience today. After that, we close things out with The View with Vizard. And in this one, Mike Vizard is speaking with Adi Galvan, who is the CEO of a company called SpeedBee. And they discuss how to make databases scale without relying on sharding. Definitely another very relevant conversation. All right, that's today's lineup. And as I said before, it is chock full of goodness. And we are going to get things kicked off right after these commercial messages. All right, we are back and kicking off today's Techstrong TV broadcast. We've got a conversation between Alan and Avi Shua talking. Avi is the CEO and co-founder of Orca Security, and they are talking about Orca Security's latest offering that combines risk and compliance insights from throughout public cloud accounts to determine which areas an organization should protect or correct first based on their greatest potential business impact. And this is all about, as I said before, it is all about reducing the amount of alert fatigue that is happening in the industry. It's a great new offering and it's a great conversation. So let's go ahead and roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us here on another Techstrong TV session. My guest is my friend Avi Shua. Avi is the co-founder, CEO of Orca Security. He's been on more than several times with us here over the years at Techstrong. Always a pleasure to have him on and to watch how Orca has grown over this period of time tremendously. Good stuff there. Hey, Avi, welcome back. How are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me. How are you doing?
Good. Things are well here, and excited to be, we were talking off camera, excited to be traveling, heading out again on the road. We're heading to Valencia, Spain for Cloud Native KubeCon. We're hoping to see a lot of people there, and it'll be good to get back out. And then we come home. Well, I come home the end of May and head out first week in June to the RSA conference in San Francisco, which, what I understand from what they've told me, is also having good registrations again. And we hope to see a lot of our security friends there as well.
It sounds good. When you are both in KubeCon and in RSA, don't forget to drop by our booth. We have both booths in there, and in RSA, we have both in the hall, and we are in the nearby Mina Gallery. So come say hello.
We will come say hello. Well, not only me, but our audience out here. If you're going to be at either or both of those, stop by and say hello to my friends at Orca. And Avi, as long as we're there, we're doing video at both locations. So we'll talk after. Make sure we get updates on the scene from you guys. Anyway, though, but that's not what we're here to talk about today. Orca recently had an announcement with some new capabilities and so forth. Well, I'm going to let you tell the story if it's okay.
Of course. So we've discussed in this show last time what we've found regarding alert fatigue, what's happening in the area of security in general, but we are more focused in our subcategory of cloud security, that people have too many alerts that they simply cannot manage. And this end up for things to be missed and for organization to be breached. And this is probably one of the story that is as old as security itself. There are tools that make a lot of items, and then teams don't manage to handle it. And we saw some astonishing numbers. I'll give one data point, that we saw that more than 40% of the people that responded to our survey, and we're talking about hundreds of security practitioners, near 1,000 from different industries. So more than 40, and they said that 40% of the alerts are false positives, which is a huge, huge number. And yet, it seems that there is some kind of denial that 95% of the people who responded said that they are either confident or very confident in the accuracy of their tools. So how can it happen that 40% believe that 40% of the alerts are false positive, and yet 95% believe the tools are very accurate?
You know, Avi, I'm sitting here laughing. So a company I co-founded in 2001 called Still Secure, we made an IDS IPS. This is when IDS was first transitioning to IPS, but people were afraid to put in automatic blocking because they didn't want to take a chance that they blocked some legitimate traffic. And if I tell you the numbers were exactly the same when we did a survey around 2003 as what you're seeing here, it makes no logical sense that, you know, I love my tools, I have faith in my tools, I think we're doing okay, but yet when you ask them what's the signal to noise ratio, what's the false positive, false negative, right? How many alerts do you get that you actually take action on? Because that's really, you know, the key thing that you need to do something with. It's a ridiculous amount.
Yeah, and I think that we looked into that more deeply. By the way, I've been involved in IPS and IDS for many years. Back in the time when I was in Checkpoint, it was part of my this division responsibility.
We were. What was it? Not OPSEC. What was the Checkpoint Alliance? OPSEC certified. We were OPSEC certified. Yeah, worked with Checkpoint firewalls.
Yep. So what I think the main reason is that there is a huge difference between an alert which is technically accurate to one that provide meaningful signal to the business. And based on our analysis, this is the main reason. Most tools are not dramatically wrong in a sense that they tell you this is a vulnerability, this is a misconfiguration, this is a packet that doesn't conform to the standard. They're technically usually right in most of the cases, but at the same time, in most of the cases, it have zero business meaning. And what we saw is that all of the tools in that space miss context. And I explain and use first an analogy, and then I'll talk about the real world. Let's say that I come to an office and tell you that I found a weak lock. This is the most easy to pick lock in your house. And therefore, I'm a seasoned security professional, tell you must fix this lock. You go and you see it's the cleaning supply cabinet that sits inside a secure room with nothing valuable inside. So it's definitely very low value to you. You don't care. Technically, I was right. This is the lock that is the most easy to pick lock in your house or in your organization. But there is absolutely no reason to do anything to it. There's no business value. There's no attack path that can reach it. It's inside secure perimeter. And while it sounds funny, most of the security tools operate exactly that way. They give you a list of vulnerabilities and tell you, this is the top vulnerabilities. They give a list of misconfiguration and tell you, they go handle. But they don't understand what's the business impact or whether if there's even exposure. For example, there might be critical vulnerability, but the port is blocked. So why does it matter? Or it might be open, but it's a leaf machine that doesn't have access to anything. So it matters, but not as much. But on the other hand, there might be a case that you have a full attack path to the organization, that you have, for example, a server which is exposed to the internet indirectly through a load balancer. It have a vulnerable service. On that one, there is also keys that allow access to the database, that can allow access to a different environment, etc., etc. So these are the cases that actually matter. And I won't be surprised, but there aren't too many of those. There's few order of magnitude less full attack vectors in what we see compared to just discrete alerts of vulnerabilities, misconfiguration. And what we did in Orca is essentially we augmented our unified data model to look for the attack paths in the organization, to go from saying there's vulnerabilities, there's misconfiguration, there are identity issues, there are data issues, and look at each one of them separately, but to combine them into vectors that include few alerts that together create a toxic combination of risks that actually matter for the organization.
Absolutely. So, what does this mean for us, Avi?
So what it means to you is that if you're moving to secure your, I believe that when you go and secure the cloud environment, there's an opportunity to do things in a dramatically more effective way. Because the cloud is one environment that is running on shared infrastructure, if you use tools like Orca that can really understand the environment in all of the relevant parameters, whether it's networking, whether it's trust, whether it's vulnerabilities, whether it's configuration and the data, and can make a unified sense of these data points, then you can switch from being practitioners that need to go through million alerts by yourself to find the risk that actually matter, to focus on the very few attack paths that actually pose a real threat to the organization. And this is the shift that I think we need to do, because this is the only way that we can actually win the game of cloud security. We cannot effectively handle million alerts. Every time there's a huge breach, sometimes there's a follow-up investigation saying the security teams found actively that there was a tool alerting on that, but this tool alert was very ignored. And the general public said, this is completely not, doesn't make sense. How come they ignored it? But nobody said, yes, there was an alert, but there's additional 10 million alerts about other things that they didn't need.
No one takes in the desensitization that happens from doing all this. But let me play devil's advocate, if you don't mind. I had a friend, I haven't spoken to him in a few years, my friend Giddy Cohen. Do you know Giddy? Right, his company?
I'm not sure.
So I'm trying to remember the name of the company now. I was hoping you remembered. But Giddy's company used to create sort of a 3D attack map that would take vulnerability data and overlay it of your network, both in the cloud and more on-prem than in the cloud, and show, if you had a vulnerability, was it accessible? Was it exploitable? What route would the attacker take to get to that vulnerable node, right? And it wasn't Sky High Networks. It was I'll think of the name. But in any event, right? It was similar to what you're talking about, where just that the fact that we have a vulnerability isn't enough for we have a lot of vulnerabilities, right? They're not all, they are real, but they're not all something that we got to do something about, right? There's no way to get to that node. There's other things that mitigate, right, and make it a sort of a non-event. So we've been trying to do that. Now in the cloud, you're right. It presents sort of a special use case because we can kind of, narrow focus on what's coming into that cloud install and so forth. But again, devil's advocate, what makes what Orca's doing here so new and special that it's going to work this time? Because we've tried this.
So there's a few huge differences in the cloud versus the on-prem that enables that to actually work dramatically better. The harder thing about on-prem environment is that they can involve many different devices and technologies that makes it so hard to actually build a meaningful graph by yourself. Think about a physical environment. You have switches, you have routers, you have firewall, we have load balancer. Each one of them is managed by a different team, different sets of configuration. And in order to actually build a graph, you need to integrate into all of these tools and understand it. And this is very, very hard. In the cloud, it's one integration, it's the cloud provider. If you're able to tap into that, you can understand the networking, the identity, the trust, the load balancer, the security groups, all of that. The second thing is that on the cloud, there is much more than networking. We all know the network world very well, where we thought that network is the only way for in or out. It's not the situation in the cloud. There's identity and access management trust. It can be a configuration of your database that can allow additional people to access, etc. So you need to map dramatically higher number of entities, but you can do that because they're all cloud native or within the cloud. So what we have here is something that was really unheard of in the on-prem world. You can connect to a cloud environment in 3 clicks. It's not like you need to talk with your firewall admin and with your load balancer and to understand what they have. Literally just giving grid access to a cloud environment. And have Orca scan, find all of the alerts, all of the trust, all of the data issue, all of the identity, build a graph, and then traverse the graph for you to find the top attack vectors that you need to handle. And there is nothing similar to that on the on-prem world.
No. Just by the way, Gitlab was Skybox Security. I knew it had the word sky in it, but Skybox, I mean, they've been around a long time, before cloud, right? This was more on-prem stuff. You're right. I mean, I think that is something in the cloud that is unique. You want to call it cloud native, but unique to the cloud, right? Avi, we're running a little low on time, and we've been talking about the problem and the solution, but we haven't really given our audience how can they get their hands on this?
So the nice thing that I really love about our platform is that you don't need to trust a single word I say. The proof is in the pudding, and you can taste it in a matter of 3 clicks. If you go to our website, orca.security, you can click on test drive, get a test tenant, connect to your cloud environment in minutes, and see for yourself. It's as simple as that. And as we said earlier, we are going to be in RSA, we are going to be in QCOM. Come, say hello, and you can also see a more in-depth demo in a booth.
So tell your people, be on the lookout. I'm coming by for a demo in Valencia, right? We're going to check it out. And if you're there, stop by our booth. We're doing videos.
Would love to.
All right. Avi Shua here from Orca Security. Trying to tackle a problem as old as time here in security, which is the life of a security admin, being desensitized, being overwhelmed, there's so many alerts, and how do we separate, what's real and what's dangerous from not? Orca has a new solution for it. Go check it out. Avi, thanks. We'll see you maybe next week in Spain.
See you. Thank you.
All right. Bye-bye. We're going to take a break here on Techstrong. We'll be right back.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond. CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
All right, we are back. Next up, Alan is speaking with Kenny Johnston, who is the Senior Director of Product Management over at Gitlab. They had a conversation at the recent KubeCon, Cloud Native Con 2022 event over in Valencia, Spain. Lucky them. But they were talking about GitLab's Milestone 15 release. And Milestone 15 comprises 4 components: observability for DevOps, in addition to app performance, software supply chain security, agile engineering planning, and improved ability to manage models right alongside pipelines shipping code. Definitely a great upgrade to GitLab, and it's a great conversation. So let's roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey everyone, welcome to a Techstrong TV interview. This recording you're seeing right here was done at KubeCon in Valencia with some of our friends from GitLab. I want to introduce you to Kenny Johnston, who is product manager at GitLab, and we're going to talk about some news that was just announced today. So with the magic of video, we're able to do this. GitLab, if for those of you who don't know, the 22nd of every month, come hell or high water, there's a new release done, the new, GitLab monthly release. And they contain, these releases can contain a lot of updates, a little updates, major updates, minor updates. But it's only, I want to say once a year that we get a major milestone release, as they call it. So I've said enough because I'm not the GitLab expert. He is. Kenny, tell the folks.
Thanks, Alan. Yeah, I'm excited to talk about our milestone release, Milestone 15. There are kind of 4 really exciting components to Milestone 15 that we wanted to share with everybody. The first is about observability. So observability for us means 2 things, not just the observability of your application, how your application is performing. And last year, GitLab acquired a company called OpsTrace, which allows for an on-by-default observability platform right alongside your DevOps platform. We're really excited about the experiences that we can deliver to developers as a result of that. Something that only one DevOps platform can do, things like knowing while you're writing code, recent incidents that were caused by that related code, or errors, or seeing the kind of performance metrics from the code as you're writing it and testing it. Observability for us also means observability into DevOps. So we all know that DevOps is hard. 90% of organizations say they're doing DevOps. Only 12% say that they're doing it in any mature fashion. And so GitLab as one DevOps platform can provide you observability into where bottlenecks are in actually doing DevOps. So think of things like the DORA 4 metrics. We can give you access to those DORA 4 metrics out of the box and help you spot where a team really needs to focus on deployment frequency, or maybe they need to focus on time to merge. And we can give them insights into how efficient their DevOps process is, all from within their one DevOps application. In addition to that, we've really seen, and you can hear it here on the floor at KubeCon, a lot of focus on security, particularly software supply chain security. So part of GitLab's whole mantra with DevOps is that you should be able to do DevOps and ship software faster and not sacrifice security. We do that by shifting security left, and GitLab makes it really easy to get insight into the supply chain of your software security by producing software bill of materials, by providing attestation that what you tested in CI is also what gets deployed to production. These are things that only one DevOps platform can do, because we are kind of observing the whole software development process. And not only are we observing it, but we're able to enable developers to participate in that process as they write code. Every time they commit, they get feedback.
So hold on right here.
Yeah, that's a fun topic.
You got
too.
a mouthful there.
Yeah.
So you're telling me you do S-bombs?
Oh yeah, we have for about I think 6 releases now at this point.
Really?
We call it a dependency list, but it's essentially an S-bomb. It looks at not just the dependencies listed in your software, but other dependencies, like the dependencies in those dependencies, and tells you about known vulnerabilities in that whole S-bomb. But that's just a part of software supply chain security.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
When you say you're looking at dependencies and supplies, is that just, so look, you have your application made out of components,
Yep.
right? So you're looking at all those components, third-party components, their dependencies. Now here for me is I think an interesting thing. So now my application's done, I'm deploying it, and I'm deploying it to my infrastructure. My infrastructure has its own third-party
Dependencies, correct. Yeah. Yeah.
You do that too?
Yeah, so you can do some of that with container scanning. So
Right.
typically you think of S-bombs for the static code that you're deploying and developing. But yeah, container scanning can also help.
Well, no, I was moving beyond S-bombs.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
when I think about third-party supply chain stuff.
And I think third-party supply chain is really about, so there's a framework called SALSA that
Yes,
is meant to give you software levels for supply chain artifacts. Or supply chain levels for software artifacts. It's meant to show you if that an application has a high level of software supply chain security if they can attest to how it was built and that nothing was tampered with in that building process. So GitLab can tell you if the software you're developing with GitLab has a certain SALSA level, but the whole community is going to need to be able to answer things that aren't built with GitLab and other tools that might be dependencies. What was their software supply chain? So you can think of it as the S-bomb might also evolve to not only are there known vulnerabilities in that software, but what is each one of those individual software components, what are their SALSA levels? We're really excited because we think GitLab can, out of the box, give you SALSA level 3 or 4, kind of full attestation of that code, which is something that I think only one platform can do. But I think I'm also excited to see the kind of community interest in building a kind of a common language for saying what is the kind of supply chain security of the individual software that I'm choosing to or to not use. Love it.
And I have to apologize. No. As I said in the outset, we're live. We were here at KubeCon in Valencia, and there's a lot of noise. But the good news is we have good mics.
Yes, yeah.
So not to worry. So that's amazing, solid stuff. So we mentioned 4 things, right?
Yeah, that was 2 of them. Observability and security. And I will say security is one I'm hearing a lot here this week. It's really exciting to hear.
I mean, we did a lot of interviews here, and everyone's talking security.
Cool. The other 2 are agile planning. So similarly, as a DevOps tool, it's important to know if I have an initiative as a VP of development or a product leader, how can I track not only what are the issues that have been created to track the progress to that and get status reports from others, but I want to know what code is actually being written. Is that code work in progress? Is that code being reviewed? And so being able to kind of show status and progress against a big initiative, all within your one platform, something that only GitLab can do, because we can tell you that code is in review. Review usually takes 12 hours, and we expect it to be in production in 15 hours. Those are the kinds of things that insights into project status and initiative status that only GitLab can do. And then our last exciting thing is we've realized over the course of the last year or so that all software is going to become not just code, but also data and then the ML models that are packaged with that. And if you talk to anybody who's a practitioner in this space, they're using separate tools to manage, test, deploy the models from the code.
Absolutely.
But they really need to be combined together, and it's painful when the 2 of them hit production at different times. So GitLab is going to be continuing to improve our ability to manage models right alongside code, using pipelines, using kind of standard DevOps best practices, applying that to the idea of creating and shipping models.
So we're going to use pipelines, which is familiar to our audience, right? That concept of pipelines, to the shipping models to better kind of map that out, coordinate, time it together better.
Well, and pipelines, many companies here at KubeCon have workflow models for deploying, workflow pipelines for deploying models. But the problem is that that's a separate path and a separate tool than the one that developers are using to write code. And so for me, it's really about collaboration. It's enabling developers and model creators to collaborate together in the same platform, in one DevOps platform. And also, I think you talk to most practitioners in this space, data scientists tend to be a little bit more scientisty than engineering. And so using a tool like Gitlab that's much more focused on kind of software development best practices, you can easily apply those, like whether that's branch-based building or storing in source code or managing your pipelines as code. You get all those benefits applied to model development.
I got it. Fantastic. Now, I mentioned before, how often do you do a milestone release?
Once a year, typically. It's usually around the May timeframe. Right. But yeah, we try to have one milestone release every year. It's primarily for us for breaking changes and like deprecations. But it's an opportunity for us to talk about where we're headed in the future, where our product development is most focused in the future.
But again, our audience knows this, or I think they do, but if they don't, they should. You could go to gitlab.com and see what the pipeline, what the roadmap is for these releases that come out every month. It's pretty well detailed in the book.
Yeah.
And so you could. So now with Milestone 15, right? Where do you want to go over the next 6-12 months? It's kind of there. It may be off a month here or there because some feature didn't make it into 15.4 or whatever, 15 June, and so it gets kicked into July. But it's coming out within that general time frame.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And I'll say, I think working at GitLab, it's great to have that level of transparency because it also affords us really great feedback. We're here at KubeCon running a product direction survey, asking all the developers here what they think about the things I talked to you about and our plans there. We use that feedback. We get that feedback in issues. We get that feedback here at places like this.
And also, look, if you're a developer inclined, coding inclined individual, and you're using GitLab, have a particular need, you see the roadmap and you want to contribute, or you know what? So many people, by the time they see something, recognize they want to do something, do it, it's almost obsolete by the time they go to contribute.
Exactly.
This allows you to stay out in front of the curve a little bit. So that's fantastic. So this went out on the 22nd of the month, but we're announcing it today.
Correct. Yeah.
Where, if people want to dive in, I know the answer, but if people want to dive into each of these 4 areas and really understand better, just go to gitlab.com.
Yeah, gitlab.com. We've got both solutions pages that talk about our current capabilities and direction pages that talk about where we're headed. And like you said, we also have gitlab.com has every single exact issue that we're working on to make those improvements through the course of the 15 milestone.
Now, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you, what's being deprecated here?
So one thing that we're talking about very openly here at KubeCon is we originally had a Kubernetes cluster integration that we called the certificate-based cluster integration. There were some problems with that. We saw a lot of users using it because it was easy to get started, but one of the things you had to do was give your cluster certificate to GitLab. And that's not a best security practice.
Not at all.
You want to control that.
You don't want that aggravation. That's GitLab.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I think we feel we could be trusted, but it's not a good security model.
It's not a question of trusted.
Yeah.
It's a question of if and when something happens, right? I mean, you're talking to someone who was involved in PCI, no reason to keep anyone's credit cards.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
I'm sorry.
And so actually, as part of our time here at KubeCon, we announced that we're moving to our open source version, the use of our Kubernetes agent for GitLab that allows for pull-based deployments.
So everyone using, even the open source, can use that now.
Correct, and that is a really important paradigm shift. One of the topics we're talking about here for how do we enable developers to deploy to Kubernetes is a GitOps flow of saying developers publish what you want that cluster to look like, and agents or other tools will do pull-based deployment, so you can minimize the drift between what you think is in that cluster and what is actually in that cluster.
Perfect. Hey, Kenny, we've got, I don't know what they're giving away for free here, but there's a million people standing around. We probably got to get to our next interview, though. And then congratulations on the Milestone release.
Yeah.
You guys are like the postmen. Sleet, snow, rain.
127 months in a row. Still
Absolutely,
going.
baby. All right. Kenny Johnston, Gitlab here. Check it out. Milestone release 15, available today.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Next up, we've got the next installment of the SRE Show. It's a regular series here on Techstrong TV. This one is titled Redefining Incident Response for SRE. This features hosts Mitch Ashley and Austin Parker. They are joined by April Edwards from Microsoft, and they discuss how SREs are helping redefine and streamline the incident response process and how it is different from traditional alerting and paging. Definitely a worthwhile conversation to help clear up any misconceptions around incident response, alerting and paging, and the SRE role. Great stuff. Let's go ahead and roll it now.
Hi, and welcome to another episode of the SRE Show. I'm Mitch Ashley, co-host of this video series, and excited to have a very interesting panel, very interesting topic, and just some cool friends in the industry talking about a topic I think you'll find very relevant. We're going to be talking about incident response from an SRE perspective. So kind of think, getting those notifications on hyper steroids. Like, what do we do now that we've kind of got new capabilities and we think about SRE as a role that we're performing, not just, okay, which developer do I call? And so we'll dive into that with some great experts. My co-host is Austin Parker. Austin, do you want to do a brief introduction?
Do a quick intro? Yeah, sure. Yeah. So I'm Austin Parker. I'm run developer relations over at Lightstep, and but more interesting to you all, I actually started out in IT many years ago, and then kind of moved over into software development. Ran a DevOps team, was on call for many years. So I'd like to think I've seen the sharp edge of what happens when things are on fire, and usually that sharp edge is being shoved in my face. So I have a lot of thoughts on this topic.
Very good. And also wanted to mention our series, our video show is sponsored by Lightstep, the ServiceNow company. So thank you to Austin and your folks for doing that and helping us put this on. We have a first-time guest, someone that I reached out to a while back. I'd not had a chance to meet her yet, and said, you'd be perfect for some great topics that we have, and love to have you join us. And April said, hey, what can I do to help? Like I assume she probably says a lot of times for when things come up. April Edwards, great to have you joining us. Tell us a little bit about yourself, and you're with Microsoft and what your role is there.
So thanks, Mitch. I'm with Microsoft. I'm a senior cloud advocate, and I'm the DevOps practice lead in the advocacy org. I get to teach people about the cloud, write documents, and spread the good word of DevOps. Prior to that, I started my career about 25 years ago in the ops space, doing everything from networking, running server environments, data centers, and data center migrations, and then got a little bit tired of just lifting and shifting and started going more into development and further down that stack. And then this thing called the cloud came along, and I was really, really scared of it. And I lived and breathed that on-call, that everything's on fire, getting yelled at, someone standing over your shoulder situation. Then I started moving to the cloud, and I started picking up a whole new set of skill sets and really embracing DevOps and automation and infrastructure as code. So I've built a lot of my career off automation and infrastructure as code. So Terraform mostly for those that have seen my videos and my blogs. And that's brought me to where I am today.
Fantastic. Yeah, what a transition we've all been through, right? We all probably have our unique stories, but a lot of similarities too. I do remember the days of, what do you mean there's no servers, and what am I going to rack and stack? How do we do that? This is part of my job, right? So we're talking about SRE and redefining incident response. And, I grew up in the days of ops, kind of kept things running, and whether it's, paper in the printers or, have programs and databases and systems going, and then kind of managing the alert process and deciding when they needed to escalate and get help and who to bring that to. Now, usually there was one developer or two that might be the point person. Now, our environment, you mentioned Terraform, you mentioned the clouds that we're in, and you could list the combination of technologies that we work on and where that fits in the application infrastructure stack, anywhere across that. Calling one person is probably not going to be the right solution. So we have technologies and tools for redefining this role as SRE. And our topic is how do we redefine incident response in that world, or have we? Austin, why don't you start out? I know that Lightstep introduced a product in this space, and obviously this is not a product promo show, but you're welcome to tell us about it too. In coming out with a product, you have to kind of think about not where the football is, but where it's going to be. Throw the ball to where the player is going to be. What are your thoughts on this?
So personally, the way I see this, and it's actually very funny because I was having a conversation today in another Slack about there's this really common loop that I think happens with on-call or with platform engineering, with observability, with incident response, everything. And it's, you have an organization, and you start getting these signals about burnout, right? Or you start getting these signals about systemic failings. So the app, there's more pages because the app is down more, because we needed to increase velocity. So we're shipping more code, we're pushing more things out to the cloud. We keep adding more and more and more and more and more, and that causes this kind of spiral of complexity, right? And the people who previously, and I think I definitely went through this, when a couple jobs ago, we went from everything on site to, okay, we're going to throw everything in Azure. And that causes this really big sea change, because the people whose job yesterday was like looking at servers and looking at things in racks and, having this kind of much more bounded reality, now are suddenly responsible for this huge amount of this underlying shifting sand almost of a lot of new terms, a lot of new things you didn't have to think about before that you have to think about now. And that change causes a lot of stress. And so that stress eventually bubbles up, people will leave, or there'll be, reliability goes down, right? Because now we have all this other stuff to consider. And so the organization says, like, I think in a good natured way, it's like, okay, well, we need a platform engineering team, or we need SREs now. We need this new role. And that new role and those new teams have to prove value. So they come in and they bring in a bunch of new tooling, they bring in a bunch of new processes and workflows and and kind of say, okay, here you go. We have solved this problem for you by giving you all this new stuff. And it goes back to the on-call people who are still fighting to actually understand this new paradigm. And now they have all of this new stuff that's kind of like just got dumped in their lap. And so they're getting paged still. Like, we haven't actually solved that underlying problem of, hey, I'm getting paged and I don't understand the system. We've given you all these kind of tools that should help you understand the system, but they don't actually, you know, the model, the fundamental model didn't change, right? Like, all we've done is we've given you more stuff. You've said I'm drowning, and we've said, okay, well, here's some more water. Right? Like, that helps when you really, what you need is to not be drowning anymore. So that loop, I think, happens pretty frequently in teams and organizations of all size. Everything from like really big enterprise companies to sort of mid-market or smaller, you know, SMB sort of businesses. We're all being affected by these changes to the market, or, you know, to the paradigms of computing. And it requires us, I think, to step back and say, like, well, what are we actually, like, do the tools we have actually rise to meet this challenge of, hey, I have this very complex system that I need help understanding, and it's not enough to just give me more dashboards or more tools or better wikis or more docs or more telemetry data or whatever. Like, I need things that can help me make sense of this system and help make sure that when things do go wrong, I'm able to kind of get to the right person, and have really good, you know, a really good connection between the human beings that are responsible for changes and like ameliorating, you know, unwanted changes, and the actual system itself. And I think that's what we're trying to do at Lightstep, right? Like, product pitch here, you know, we have this very unique combination of, you know, expertise where we have this observability system that is, you know, honestly world class. Like, there's really not a lot else like it. And we have now this kind of on-call tool that helps you respond to incidents by letting you do things like map, you know, those responsibilities, those human responsibilities, to this system model. And I think that's something that is pretty unique and differentiated, you know, kind of in the world. And product pitch here, let's get back to the fun stuff. That's kind of where I'm coming from, right? Is it really is about human beings and systems, and how are we helping human beings understand the systems?
I mean, you've been through multiple transitions, both yourself and with customers, April, in your experience. And I imagine, you know, there's a wealth of patterns that you've seen of what people have to do to adopt to cloud and new technologies and new stacks.
I think, yeah, and it comes down to a few fundamental things. And I'm going to start a little bit more high level and talk about, when we talk to customers about DevOps as a cycle, you know, Austin said it, we throw tools at things and we're like, we're just going to spend money on this tool and make this change. And it doesn't work, because what happens is, when we're embracing DevOps in our organizations, or trying to, we're throwing money at solutions, but the people change is probably 80% of the issue. We have to change our culture, and that has to happen from the top of the organization down. It's something we've done at Microsoft. It's something we talk to customers about, because we can throw money at these tools and go, right, we bought you this tool. Or at Microsoft, we can say, hey, we have this product and it's amazing. But if the culture and the people don't adapt to it, it's not going to work. And I think one of the biggest issues we have in almost every single organization I work with is we have very siloed people. So we have an IT ops organization, IT pro, where they're incentivized to keep the lights on 24/7. And we have developers that are being asked to push features, and they're incentivized with that. What we don't have is an alignment of the value we're trying to drive to our end users in these organizations. So we have competing incentivization. So organization goes, yeah, we'll just buy this tool and it will make it all better. And the tool is part of it, but also knowing how to use the tool. You know, I mean, we can buy all the tools and go, it doesn't work for us. Maybe it wasn't set up properly, and we didn't implement the changes in our people to say, we're doing this thing to make your job better. It's going to be hard. It's going to suck, but we're going to iterate every couple weeks. We're going to plan out what we do. We're going to make some changes incrementally and do the things that hurt most. So with incident responses, we know we have an outage, you know, regularly, or so. Yeah, I've been in environments where we had a regular storage outage. And when you have a storage outage, you lose everything. And we found out because our Citrix environment went offline, our Exchange went offline. And when I have the COO of a very large company calling me at 3 a.m. because he can't answer his email, and I'm going, why is this guy answering his email at 3 a.m. or trying to? Like, why is he working at 3 a.m? but he was. And we've all been there when we've had that phone call in the middle of the night. So there's a big culture change that has to take place when we go to the cloud. And I've sat in front of customers and they're like, but this is my environment. This is my thing. And I'm like, we're thinking of our environments as pets. You know, we feed, we water them, we name them, we take care of them. We have a lot invested to them. You know, when I used to name my server farms, I picked names depending on the server environment for my customer. You know, I had one customer in Boston. We named it after different microbreweries, another customer named after different types of barbecue. We have things, and then we have to move to this cattle mentality. We want to automate things so that it breaks, we can just spin it back up, and that incident response is a lot faster. But it's hard because we kind of want the magic bullet, especially in our society where we're like, you know, we want the best, fastest weight loss diet plan. We want the best tool that's going to solve all of our incident responses. The tools are great, but we've got to make those culture changes. That's going to be most of our battle.
I like that. I think focusing on the money is like really important here too, because, you know, just from like a business standpoint, right? Like there's CapEx and OpEx, right? So I can pretty easily as a manager, you know, I can go and I can say, well, I need $100,000, $200,000, you know, $1 million a year to do DevOps transformation. And what do I actually spend that on? Well, my options are actually kind of limited, right? I can't hand someone $1 and say, okay, go transform your culture, or like go have a different mindset about this. I can buy some books. Maybe I can buy everyone a copy of the Phoenix Project, right? But I can't force them to read it. It's definitely a cycle that is perpetuated by kind of the way incentives work, not just to those individuals that are like running teams and seeing their responsibilities shift. So my 3 a.m. like why are you working story is I used to do IT operations for telecom. I was mostly responsible for our telecom stuff, and that back in the day meant mostly BlackBerries. And I get a call because the CEO had just landed in the middle of absolute nowhere, I think in India, and 3 people's BlackBerry worked and his didn't. And so I'm having to bridge over with AT&T and like a local telco to figure out that it's just like, oh, the one tower that they were connected to had, you know, only so many slots available for data, and it was his registered last. And so it's kind of like, you know, trying to get back and forth and be like, okay, I need someone to take their SIM card out for 5 minutes so that your registration drops and his gets on. And I actually think that's, you know, that sounds like, oh, that would never happen these days. But in so many cases, the way that, you know, we actually fix incidents really relies on that kind of like human level. Like somebody needs to do something, right? We have to find the person that knows the dark magics, that knows how it used to be, because how much knowledge we have that, you know, even if you write everything down, even if you're very, very good about documentation, there's people that know the quirks. There's people that know like, oh, you got to do this, this, and that. And you got to twist this and, you know, give that like 10 minutes. Oh, if it fails once, like kick it and do it again. It'll come back the second time. No, we don't know why. We've never had a chance to fix that. That kind of like human knowledge is extremely difficult to actually scale, obviously, but it's also difficult to codify. And I think that's when we have to start talking about like, well, how much do we actually understand the systems that we're being paged for? How much do we actually understand the problems that we're trying to solve?
Well, that was what I was going to bring up is in ops, we're so often thrown things, right? You know, here, okay, this is part of your environment, whatever, this change is coming. And just my commentary about DevOps. DevOps is not a technology or tool. It's how we create software. And then using tools to do that. Hammers don't build houses; people build houses, right? So, but it's a changing landscape. I think for me, if there's one thing that's sort of the biggest challenge is, yes, moving to the cloud is different. Moving to cloud native is different. Moving to, you know, more of an ephemeral infrastructure that can dynamically change and the amount how frequently we deliver software. That all just means more rapid change. And so adapting to what do I have and what's going on and how do I connect the dots to make some decisions or help me get to where I am. It seems like that's the problem solving skill on the people side of understanding what do I need to know what I've got? And now how do I start to use this information to connect to what I'm seeing to make some sense of it? Is part of that. It's not and I don't mean to be insulting. It's not a, hey, I got an alert, I call it pager. I mean, obviously the job's always been more than that, but it is, I think it's more challenging, but that also makes it more fun.
We got into this industry because it's challenging and fun, right? And I was working with a team recently and they were talking to me about their on-call rota. And I'm like, okay, what's your on-call rota? And I was like, so they're trying to automate their way out of their on-call rota. And I think that's something that when I talk to the IT pro audience, sysadmins, and say, we're going to the cloud, it's okay. Like, we need to learn automation. We need to learn to let the computer do things for us. And we also need to look at the metrics of what we're measuring. So in terms of the observability piece, we need traceability and observability all throughout our system, starting from something. We need to start to see, we need a starting point. And then from there, we need to look at how we can improve it each time. And that automation piece is absolutely huge. But it's learning, what measurements are important. You're going to get what you measure, and don't measure things you don't need to see that are just noise. And I think a lot of it is noise when it comes to the observability piece. We deploy something to production and it's like, oh, there's all these metrics, but we don't need to see those things. They're not the important thing. So we really need these people to come in and say, right, this is what's important. This is what's important to the organization. And then what our turnaround time is, what's our response time, what's our time to recognize the outage or the issue and remediate it. Those are the things that keep these people in jobs and will make you massively valuable to our organizations. So it's a very, very huge shift in job role without question, but it's a critical one.
Go on.
I was going to say your BlackBerry story took me back, Austin. I just started having nightmares. Like, I was like, oh God. Oh, I remember those days.
3 words, BlackBerry Enterprise Server.
Edge cases only happen with executives at 3 a.m., by the way.
I mean, pretty much.
It does, yeah.
Axiom of IT.
I think I actually like what you said about observability too, because I think there's this really, I mean, this is kind of SRE on call in general, right? Is that we are replacing, there's this, I think, mental kind of trick we play where it's like, well, if we can't have good data, at least we have more data. And 90%, and I think people, if you really pressed people on it, it's like, 95% of sort of the observability data you're getting, the telemetry from your applications and systems and stuff, is completely worthless because it's talking about some sort of steady state, right? Either everything is working within the range of acceptable outcomes or it's not. And as long as it's steadily one of those two things, the data is basically it's not garbage, but you don't need to keep it. You don't need to really look at it. But even of the 5% or whatever that that is important, a lot of that just goes unremarked because it is caught up in all the stuff that, is useless, right? I flip back and forth on is this a problem we can solve with tools, or is this a problem that you actually need to get in front of people? And I think that's the value of SRE in a lot of ways, is that you are paying people to kind of sit down and think about it and answer those questions, because there's no silver bullet. There's no one thing that I could tell a team A that is also going to hold true for team B, because our systems are also different. I do think that it has to be something that we kind of consider, though, is the relationship between all of that data, between being on call, between responding to incidents, and really that, I think, moves into changing how we think about incidents in general. I've heard a lot of teams and a lot of people talk about our goal, I'll go talk to a manager of a platform ops team, and it's like, well, what's your goal? What are you getting paid on? It's like, well, we want to reduce incidents. You will always have incidents because you will always have failures and faults, especially the more you move out to the cloud. The more things that you can't, even if you have everything on-prem in a data center that's under lock and key and you control, you can't control a power outage. You can't control, a power outage and then your UPS going offline and then your backup generator dying. There are always things that are outside of your purview. You can't control someone winning the lottery and going to Aruba for the rest of their life. So it has to be about not thinking how do we make the incident line go to zero, but how do we understand the system and how do we understand what causes success in the system, right? How do we get good outcomes? What are those characteristics that lead to good outcomes? If we can understand that and model that, then we can start to figure out what we need to do to kind of repeat those patterns and repeat those steps and get to more good outcomes over bad.
Absolutely. And I think that's where we have a very difficult conversation with people on the ops side saying these developers work in sprints. And we talk about the Devops cycle. We plan, we develop or write our code or do stuff, and then we push it out. We do these things and then we monitor it. We work in that cycle. We always tell customers, start with what hurts most and work from there. And it's reducing the amount of impact that outage will have or that incident will have and being able to iterate that. And when I talk to operations teams about, well, how do you do these things? Like, oh, we do pointy clicky things. And I'm like, well, what if you lose a person? And they're like, well, I've worked with organizations like, well, I can't afford to take a vacation. And I live in the UK. So we get like 25 days of holiday as a legal requirement, like base minimum for holiday. And I work with teams like, yeah, I can't take time off. And I'm like, no offense, but what happens if you get hit by a bus? And everyone in the room went really silent on me. And I said, let me tell you about the times I've seen someone get hit by a bus. And I list off the more than once where I had a colleague who died over bank holiday weekend. Forget winning the lottery. Gosh, that'd be great. Like, people get sick, people get ill, people have families. I had a guy who had a terminal child and literally was like, I'm done. And like over the weekend, that was it. And I'm like, how many times have I had someone that had a life-changing, altering event? And it's a little scary and it's a little harsh, but it kind of wakes everyone up. I'm like, winning the lottery is great, but there's like one in a bazillion, whatever chances. But it's looking to how we then function a way that, let's pretend this person isn't here today. How do we function? Yeah. It's let's automate these things, allow this person to go on vacation, let them to have some downtime, some time off. And what are the instances that are coming up the most and making changes? And is that change less impactful or detrimental to what's going on? And working in a DevOps life cycle, i.e. like developers do. And the ops people are like, ooh, but developers do that. I'm like, yes, but successful organizations, no matter what their job title is, are successful because they make changes and they're willing to adapt. And that observability is an advantage to the organization, but they have to see it. And once you start seeing improvement, you go, okay, that's better. Life sucks less. Let's do it again. Let's make it better. And that's getting people to that point is the hardest part, that first little bit of success. Because we've all seen it when we talk about like, what do we automate? We're like, automate all the things. Well, I just spent 30 hours automating something that I can do in 30 seconds every day. But it's that hit by a bus. If we lose this person, they win the lottery, whatever, who's going to take it over? What's the detriment to the organization if they don't do it?
Yeah, I was trying to keep it light, but yes,
I go for shock value.
Hey, I've seen appendicitis, sick child. You just don't know life.
Yeah, it's honestly more. I mean, if you want to really throw dark, right? Like, what if how many? I've heard kind of anecdotally from organizations who had like Ukrainian developers, right? What happens when your country gets invaded and suddenly your dev team is now refugees?
We're facing that right now. One of our product groups that I work very closely with, they're in Poland. I don't have a product group to work with, and I have to go to my management team and go, I've had to use the word pivot so many times because we have, and at Microsoft, we do things where we try to respect what's going on in the world. So we put in social freezes for advocacy. We don't push content out of respect to what's going on. And, there's negative things in the news every single day, but yes, what happens when, in the UK, we're facing Brexit. We have a shortage of workers around the clock here. Fuel is an issue. I think all of us around the world are facing it, but we're able to get by in one way or another and adapt. So that's the positive thing, is we can adapt, but it's hard when something happens that you don't want it to happen. Right. But you're right. Yeah. We're facing a lot of negative stuff in the world, but there's also a lot of good stuff. and we can pivot and make it better. And unfortunately, those really terrible things are probably the best opportunity for us to pivot. And COVID and lockdown is the best example. Mm-hmm. You know, here at Microsoft, we went from like a 2-year plan to take our events online to having to do it in 2 months, so that we could have a global audience and not just have everyone come to one location once a year. And a lot of organizations had to pivot throughout COVID and lockdown, and the successful ones, you know, are still here today. And it was literally a punch in the face to all of us, I think. I don't think we can say it was a very nice situation, but a lot of organizations had to move quickly. And the positive is we learned a lot of lessons. We learned to do things a little differently and adapt.
Mm-hmm. You know, it's interesting. We think of reducing incidents kind of in a quality way, right? How do you go, find the root cause or things that are going to gradually or eventually make things better. And we need to do those things, but it's, I also do work in the security world. There's a realization now that everyone is going to get hacked. Everyone's going to get compromised. It's about what you do when it happens. So the same thing in our environment, right? Things are going to change that we didn't know about. Something's going to hit, some positive thing. All of a sudden, traffic goes crazy in one part of the world. We need to, shift resources or whatever. New problems crop up because we took a different approach and some code deployed or whatever it might be. It is, it's pivoting, but it's also resilience, right? It's adaptability to change. And I think that's as much about what, if we want to talk about the incident response, is, expect anything to happen. We know the things we're going to be able to handle easily. How do we handle the things we don't know? Let's practice that. Let's talk about those scenarios. What would we do if, Mitch disappeared tomorrow for whatever reason and we need to do something? Pick anybody on the team, go through those kind of scenarios and talk about how we prepare ourselves for the unknowable, right?
And I think, back in my days of data center life, like being in multiple data centers, I remember doing DR drills like a lot. Mm-hmm. And we're like, it's going to take us X amount of hours to get back online if everything goes to plan. And I'll give a little bit of a benefit of cloud is that the way we build resiliency and redundancy into our systems lowers that incident. That lowers our risk of incident. So for instance, if we're using infrastructure as code and we lose a data center in the cloud, we literally can run a pipeline, spin up our data, our infrastructure to another data center, another location. We can be online in, let's say, 20 minutes. Like we know that we can run this and have everything up and replicated without an issue. That has to go into our incident response. And it changes how we think about incidences. I mean, I remember I still have customers that back up their data, replicate it to another site and do this thing and still go remove tapes. And the recovery time is crazy. And what if the person moving your tapes, because I've done it. I used to put my customers' tapes. I was not working for Microsoft. I was working for an MSP, put the tapes on my motorcycle and I would drive to the data center, throw my tapes in my bag and head off. Well, that's loss of data for, 1 week if I had an accident. And then you think about, I had customers that would take their tapes home and put them next to like a microwave, not even thinking radiation off the microwave would melt your tapes and the integrity. So we have absolutely changed how we think of these things. And that has to kind of perpetuate amongst incident responses. Can we just spin something up and move on?
I think a lot of it is, we've said resilience a bunch, but to really put a bow on it, right? Resilience starts at a organizational level and like at a team level. And I think a lot of this spirals out of that to what we were saying, the bus factor stuff, right? The, global pandemics and all these things. Really what we're measuring is not like the resilience of our software or of the cloud or of all these, of the things that do the work, but we're trying to build a resilient system of people that are able to think about and conceptualize these problems and solve them in a way that isn't quite so dependent on, magical thinking of everything's going to work right. And there's an analogy I like to go to is this concept of safety 1 versus safety 2, which is defined in a lot of sort of industrial and like medical systems terminology. Like NHS over in Europe did a paper on this where they were talking about medical errors, right? And safety one is this kind of concept of like, well, we can reduce medical errors by, or the goal is to reduce medical errors, to make them go to zero. Like, we don't want doctors to make a mistake in the operating room or when a nurse is giving a patient medicine, you know. And so they built a lot of tools and practices and checklists and things that are like, okay, we're going to reduce the likelihood that we're going to make sure that nobody ever gets the wrong medicine because we have this computer that you have to tell the patient, you know, what the patient's getting, and then it gives you a little cup with just so much in it. And there's a lot of technology that goes into this. The problem is that all those things are become very brittle systems of ensuring lack of errors, right? Because sure, if you want that, you know, the computer will always do what you tell it to. So if you tell the computer, like, this person needs X pills at X time, then it will give you X pills at X time. But what if someone made an error when they put that data into the computer, right? Or what if there's an error in the database? Or what if there's an outage somewhere along this chain of events? Or even very simple things like, what if the nurse that's, you know, wheeled them into the wrong room? And so now you're getting medicine for someone else. And safety 2 says you can't actually stop errors, but what you can do is you can look at what parts of this process are contributing to better outcomes for patients. Instead of saying like, no, there's this hard-coded checklist, it's like, okay, well, the checklists do matter because the checklists help us focus our thinking on doing the right thing. And I think you can look at that in the context of like software delivery and DevOps as like, okay, that's run books, right? That's having good documentation practices and having stand-ups and you know, all of these kind of organizational and social things that come along with how do we build resilient systems. Like, that starts with the people that are building the systems first. The tooling, the technology, even the cloud in a lot of ways are all secondary concerns almost to making sure that those people are in the right mindset, and that, to take it full circle, that the culture is being set correctly, and that you are actually saying, hey, yeah, we do need a DevOps culture, we do need SRE culture, we do need a cloud native culture.
What that says to me is we need to be training our leaders on how to build systems of people, not just helping people with their careers. That's important too. But that's what a team is. It's a system of people that either operate, you know, at the edges of individuality, or work together, or work in ways that, you know, let's do some, you know, thinking that your disaster recovery scenario. Now let's talk about that in this era of today, in our situation, in our system and infrastructure and cloud and all of those things. Is that, April, do you see organizations trying to make that kind of a change, or is it just the fire hose is bigger and I'm just trying to figure out how to stay above it?
I think we see all sorts. What we try to tell our customers is that, you know, we try to relay what we did at Microsoft. So we, first of all, had a growth mindset. So something that I think we encounter a lot in the industry is, well, we've always done it this way. Well, let's never say that again. And we need to allow what we call psychological safety for our employees, and the management need to do that. So great, we bought them this tool. But maybe they need room to experiment on this tool. They need room to learn the tool. So Microsoft very fortunately gives us learning days. I had one yesterday. I get to choose my topic, et cetera. And I'm granted to get that learning experience. And I think it's important to, you know, say, we're going to grow together. We're going to do some things. But we do see a fire hose approach a lot. But the organizations that are successful say, we want you to learn the tool, bring some ideas to the table, and allow people to have that kind of open context and level setting for the tooling. And when there is an incident, we've all been there where we're pointing fingers. So having a blameless postmortem is critical. And that pulls into kind of the psychological safety and the growth mindset, and saying, well, we've had an incident, we're going to have more, but able to have facts and that traceability. And we had something in the system to say, we know this happened at this time, and we can trace it back to someone made a change. And if that is a human error, which a lot of times it is, we can revert it or make that change to fix it pretty quickly. That's the hope, and allow that person to do that as a learning experience. Now, saying that, I've also been the person to reboot an entire customer's like VMware host and bring down their production servers in the middle of the day because their naming convention was ridiculous. And the name of a server and their VMware host were almost identical. And I missed it because I didn't automate something. So then we can say, right, well, next time let's automate this thing to make sure that it goes into maintenance mode, or this server's rebooted versus the host, or, you know, whatever it is we need to do to automate this change. But yeah, I think we do see a fire hose approach, and those organizations are not very successful. And that's tough because you don't want to see people dislike their job. You want people to like their role, what they're doing, and the ability to learn.
Well, on that note, we're just about out of time. April, thank you so much for joining us. Appreciate you sharing all your knowledge and experience, and I hope you'll come back and help further the conversation, advance the conversation with Austin, myself, and other panelists. And Austin, it's a pleasure always, and appreciate all your contributions to moving the conversation forward always. So on that note, let's wrap things up. Again, thank you to Lightstep for sponsoring the SRE show. And we hope that you, the audience, are enjoying our conversation. Please reach out to us at info@techstronggroup.com. If you have any suggestions and ideas, we're always happy to entertain those. Thank you to you both. Thank you for everyone for joining us today.
Devops.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. Devops.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. Devops.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. Devops.com, where the world meets DevOps.
All right, we're back. Next up, we've got our Something Old segment. This is from the recent Software Security Summit. This one features Rob Lundy, who's the Director of Product Marketing at Shift Left, Brian Smith, who is the CTO of Risk Lens, and Malcolm Hawkins, Harkins, I should say. He's the Chief Security and Trust Officer at Epiphany Systems. They have a presentation titled Reachability and Risk, Tools for Security Leaders. Reachability and risk is quickly becoming the new language for security leaders, and they explain why in their presentation. Tons of great takeaways in this one. Highly encourage you to take a look at it. Let's roll it now.
Hello, and welcome to Reachability and Risk, Tools for Security Leaders here at the Secure Software Summit. Before we get started, I'd like to say, if you have any questions throughout this talk, please feel free to enter them in the chat. If you have any insight or you're thinking about reachability or risk at work, we want to hear from you. So please feel free to interact. I'm Rob Lundy, Director of Product Marketing at Shift Left, and today on our mini panel, I'm joined by author, instructor, and seasoned cybersecurity executive, Malcolm Hawkins. Malcolm joins us today as Chief Security and Trust Officer at Epiphany Systems, and previously has had executive roles at Intel, Cylance, among other companies. Welcome, Malcolm.
Thanks, Rob.
Also joining us is our seasoned technologist, Brian Smith. Brian has decades of experience in big data, cybersecurity, and building enterprise scale applications. Brian joins us today as CTO of Risk Lens, where he has a lot of experience building tools that help cybersecurity leaders quantify and manage risk.
Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, welcome, Brian. So welcome, guys. I think we'll get right into it and start talking about reachability. So this first question is for you, Malcolm, and Brian. We'll have a chance for you to jump in as well. So reachability. The fortress model of cybersecurity is like a relic of history. We're in this zero trust, the perimeterless world. So doesn't that mean we should just be securing everything and just locking down everything? What value is there in looking at whether or not systems are reachable?
Yeah, well, I think, it's interesting. I would actually argue that we've just changed where we've put the fortress, or where we're trying to put it, rather than the fortress is gone. It was the network, but then it's no longer the network, and we're perimeterless and all that other stuff. But what have we done? Well, we've tried to build perimeters around the identity. We tried to build a perimeter around the device. We tried to build a perimeter around the cloud environment, virtualized environment. So at every point where you have the potential for risk, you need to think about that as the perimeter. I've wrote one of my chapters in my book. People are the perimeter. Why? Because we're the ones making the dumb decisions that sometimes accepts risk when it shouldn't. We're the ones who create the software with coding problems where we shouldn't. We're the ones that configured the system in a way that was vulnerable where we shouldn't. And then what do we do as technologists and security and IT people? We blame the end user. When all they're trying to do is use the capability. So we've made them the perimeter, when in reality, it should be the technologists that are the people perimeter, not the end user in many cases. So like I said, there's all this different mentality on it. I just think we've shifted the fortress to different points, and in some cases in a more granular fashion. In some cases that's good. In some cases it's added complexity to the things that we have to manage. So, I think it's just, we have to change the notion of it. But it does mean that we have more points of contact, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And those points of contact being how far the depth and breadth of things are, so that reachability of what could reach, right, creating an exposure to a material event for our company. We've got much more breadth and depth. So that notion of reachability and where we need to create, in essence, a bit of a fortress mentality. It's just miniaturized and it's spread, if for lack of a better descriptor.
Okay, got it. So it sounds like that idea of this monolithic fortress, that's what's died. The idea there are still surfaces that you protect, and there are still things behind that surface that are reachable and others that aren't. You still need to just reframe how you think about that fortress. Is that more or less?
Yeah, by and large. But again, if you, even if you have an on-prem environment in a data center, you're still going to have a fortress physically and to some extent logically. If you're Amazon or Azure or Google Cloud, you have a fortress physically and logically, right? But there's intentional connections into that fortress that, again, also have to have a bit of a hardening approach, and in some cases a very extensive hardening approach.
Got it. Great. Brian, do you have anything to add? How do you see
I think that, those are fantastic points. And that last bit there really highlights, we've created more complexity as we've adopted new technologies, and we can't say no to new technologies. And so now the responsibility of understanding the security context is more spread. It used to be you can centralize that, one team had to think about it, but now you really need everyone who's deploying, using, building to be thinking about what's the security implications, what do I need to be aware of for the business, and not push it off. I love that. We can't push it off to the users. It's our responsibility to be thinking about, like, hey, we're introducing a new SaaS into the business. We've built a new SaaS for the business. Okay, we've introduced new egress points. What do I need to be worried about here? Why does this matter to this business? Everyone should be thinking about that. Big advocate for DevSecOps and just that pushing, as well as the teamwork around security just needs to spread out. So I'd say that the fortress of thinking about security has also been spread out, and we just have to maintain that context and embrace, hey, it's a team sport.
Yeah. Okay, that's great. Yeah, and with DevSecOps and the importance on making security faster and meeting, matching speed with the rest of the organization. Reachability is a way of prioritizing all the risk. You have all these tools, you're running all these tools. We see it in AppSec, all these known vulnerabilities, potential vulnerabilities in custom code come up. It's reachability is a way of framing which of these issues are likely to be a risk, and it's still valuable. I think as Malcolm said, there's still a surface. There's still a surface. You're still protecting it. You still need to keep track of what's likely to be vulnerable from that surface. Great. So next question, I'd like to start with Brian. So we're talking about risk, and we're talking about thinking about measuring it and making trade-off decisions. But in cybersecurity, surely there's no shortage of risk measurements. Just about every tool has a risk measurement, right? So you must have like tens or hundreds of them in your network right now, giving you numbers, giving you, red, orange, green. Why isn't that enough to go on? Why can't we just compute those and come up with a risk score to make decisions off of?
Yeah, I mean, that's a great question. And I don't think we're going to lack new risk scores in the future, no matter what. There'll always be new ones, but those serve a good purpose for like a certain segment. So when you think about, you're pulling all your data into a SIEM and it's highlighting things in AppSec, reachability is helping you reduce the noise. And so you need multiple reducers in the chain. And upfront, the technical ones matter a lot. CVSS scores have wonderful data points to pull out. Those weren't enough to help everybody. So additional layers, those are fantastic. Where they fall short, though, is that alignment to the business in that context of like, hey, what do I see in front of me? How does it actually matter to the business? So large enterprises, even medium enterprises, we don't lack for problems. Technology is spread everywhere. And it's now the point where you really have to be able to come to the table, not with a bunch of numbers of, we've got 3 CVSS 9s, I've got all these open problems here, I've got 100 applications. How do you want to prioritize? Instead, you really need to be able to come to the table and say, and understand already, what do these applications mean to the business? What do our RTO and RPOs mean if we're down? Hey, what's this application actually have? It has 100 million PII records. And adding that context so you can now get to the table and say, hey, we understand why this is imperative to the business. That's why we think that risk quantification is needed, because that gets to what everyone's talking about when it comes to the mission of a business is dollars and impact, and understanding the fundamental components of that impact of like, how often do we think bad things are going to happen and how bad are they going to be? And that's that final reducer and that translation to the business. So now you can sit down and say, hey, yes, the stuff coming out of your AppSec, this from your threat intel teams, from your incident management teams, those are all very important details that impact and help express what are potential loss exposures to the business.
Okay, got it. Great. So, and it sounds like you're saying in a way, the tools are giving you a risk of an event, and that's something you react to, but that's only part of the equation. You need to understand the risk in your network, how it affects your business. You need to have more intelligence and a better understanding of your business to get that full equation of risk and be prepared for it when something comes out of a tool that you're going to react to.
Well, I would actually say you don't want to react to. You want to be able to say, when you're looking at your tool, you've already assessed and understand, these assets are critical to our enterprise. And our tool is saying we need to pay attention to these things. And so you want to be able to link up and already know what's important to your business so you can respond in time. rather than like having to go out and react. Oh, is this important to the business? So you want to be ahead of the game, assess and know what's going on. And that requires teamwork with the rest of the enterprise to understand. And that just builds relationships, and that's important.
Great. Malcolm, you have any experience with risk quantification?
Yeah, actually, a long history of it, including a cyber risk scoring capability that we built at Intel internally, starting in 2002. Post Code Red and NIMDA and 9/11. Now, the downside of it, what I saw a couple years later when I took a tour of duty change to go address Sarbanes-Oxley, is by the time I circled back, that tool had become like the magic 8-ball. And what I learned from that was sometimes there's a difference between calculating risk and contemplating risk. And people are lazy. And when they see the calculation and they see the thing, they shut off everything else and they just want to go do that. Why? Because it said to. And that's the downside of having automated calculations where people aren't contemplating risk. And so for me, we've always got to understand that difference between the calculation and the contemplation, and then also recognize the biases, the signal biases that we get sometimes from the calculations can have confirmation bias. They can have other biases that might be built in because you tilted things a certain way. So again, you look and you start looking, you go, a low probability but high impact event that could cause an extinction.
Right.
In some calculations looks like it's a medium risk.
Okay.
Well, do I want to ignore that situation? Absolutely not, because it could kill me. Right. So there's all that different framing that you have to do. And then throwing in the reachability aspect to it. For me, the other thing that gets confusing, you talk about attack surface and CVSS and all this other stuff. It's all around vulnerabilities. Well, that's good, but being vulnerable and being exploitable are two different things. Mm-hmm. And if I'm also just focusing upon the exploitability of a component piece for an initial compromise, that doesn't mean even that being exploitable at an initial foothold needs to lead to catastrophe. Mm-hmm. Right. So there's all these different angles, and Brian mentioned it best, context is king. And the more context you have to understand all those things, the better decisions that you're going to make.
Got it. Great. And so as a security leader, how do you lead a team to consume these tools, to get the best out of automated calculations, and to get the best that these tools can offer while still staying engaged?
So for me, every tool needs to be measured on its effectiveness and its efficiency. And if it's highly efficient and highly effective, trust it. But as soon as you start trusting it, you need to go look and make sure that you should be able to trust the signal you're getting, right? So you constantly have to question that stuff, because if you don't, frankly, the vendors are lazy too. Mm-hmm. And we've seen it in the traditional AV industry. We've seen it in firewalls. We've seen it in WAFs. We've seen it in all this stuff. The stuff that you bought because it's their cash cow, they market it that it's there, but in reality, it deteriorates because the efficacy of control deteriorates with time. And again, given the urban sprawl we were also talking about, which is going to continue, if the stuff that is giving you the signal is not keeping up with the urban sprawl and understanding the context of it and the reachability from something that's nothing to something that can kill you,
right?
So that's where we constantly have to stay on top of that, understanding the exploitability of our environments and that scope, and making sure that it's dialed in to the material things that could harm us. And too frequently, people miss those things because they're focused on what's biting them in the ass today, not how it could shift or what could actually be more impactful to the organization.
Got it. Okay, great. And it sounds like that old maxim is true: trust but verify.
Yeah. But again, I've had dialogues with peers where, you bring up below the operating system risks in the firmware or the BIOS, and they go, "Well, that's an esoteric risk. It's a supply chain risk." And I'm like, okay, well, you don't think it's a supply chain risk when it's an operating system vulnerability or an application vulnerability. So why are you going to put your head in the sand for something below the operating system that actually could be more lethal to you?
Okay, great.
I think you hit on a point there with controls do lose efficacy over time, and you really do have to stay on top of that. The other side of it is we get too comfortable with controls, which you're talking about, and they get out of alignment. Their intended state of where we deployed them drifts over time. And too often people deploy something and then they forget to add that new infrastructure into its net. They stop looking at it, or someone moves out of the org and there wasn't process in place. And so you really have to be very careful to not only be evaluating your controls and just blindly trusting them, but you also have to look at your org and make sure that you're following through. And that's kind of the two sides of control management, right? Is that effective? Vendors do get lazy. Things happen. They're not able to keep up with the attackers, all sorts of problems there. Or even our own internal users turn them off because it was conflicting with their Zoom calls. And so there's a variety of problems that you have to make sure you're being aware of and balance that out. So it's trust but verify the controls and your own people.
Yeah, yep. Got it. Great. Thank you. Thanks for that. So for the next question, I'd like to start with Malcolm on this one. Malcolm, I know you have clear frameworks for explaining risk, but you've been an executive in security for many years. Have you seen other security leaders, managers who don't have a good framework for explaining their trade-off decisions? And if so, what is the downside to that?
Yeah, I think everybody by and large has some level of a framework, even if it's, some use ISO, some use FAIR, some use high, medium, low, some use cyber maturity models, all that stuff. And they're not, you can get away with all of those and they're all fine. The question becomes the application of it. Almost the dialogue that Brian just said. Hey, if my team isn't on top of the process of this stuff and the tools are not keeping up with it, I'm going to give you a false sense of maturity. I was in a review with a peer with their team and giving them feedback on something, and they were talking about cyber maturity stuff, and they had a big 4 accounting firm in, and everything was looking great, and they showed, hey, we've gone from a 2.5 on a 1 to 5 scale to a 4.2 on vulnerability management, patting themselves on the back. Later in this whole maturity assessment, asset management is sitting at a 1.7. I'm like, how the hell can you have a good vulnerability management program with having a crappy asset management program? The two are equated. They're like, well, the vulnerability management maturity is in the scope of where we have scanners. I'm like, okay. So you end up in those situations, even with a big consulting firm that they wrote hundreds of thousands of dollars a check to help assess them. You go, okay, and I'm the one picking it up.
Right.
So we've got to, that's where I go. It's the contemplation. Is what I'm seeing real? What am I missing? Ransomware. Okay, there's the availability stuff and all that stuff that could affect my factory, but what about the blackmail equivalent of ransomware, getting access to your HR database and what legal payments were done to who and who slept with who and what harassment was done? Well, if that got taken over and ransomed under blackmail, would that cause more brand damage than having 10,000 systems be out for a day or two? It might.
Right.
But everybody's worried about the one and sometimes not the other.
Got it. So it sounds like there's a couple of things you're saying. One is, once you pick a model, be consistent with the model and stick to the model. But it also sounds like you're saying that it's common or it's out there where people will choose a model and then not be consistent with the outputs of the model. They'll play with
two things that are clear about risk. One, it's temporal, meaning it shifts over time. And two, it's dynamic.
Okay.
So unless you are perfect in forecasting the temporal aspects of risk and playing with it in a agile, dynamic fashion, you're always going to miss risk issues, which is why for me, I look at it like a Rubik's Cube or a kaleidoscope. I'm constantly twisting and turning it and pointing it in different directions because the focus, the framing, and the facilitation of it, plus the dialogues you have, adds to the context richness that adds to better decision-making.
Got it. And it sounds like this is this makes you more effective as a security leader.
I think it does. It also makes me more annoying to not only my team, but my management.
Got it. Well, and so for people across the aisle, the business leaders and engineering leaders, how do they react? Is there a value in communicating with your peers to having this view of risk?
I think there is, and those that want to be a part of that dynamic process, it works.
Okay.
For those that just want to say, tell me the 3 things I need to do and go away, it doesn't.
Okay. Got it. Brian, I see you nodding your head, and I know you have a lot of experience talking to people about this.
Yeah, I thought what you said there about the frameworks and you're really high on your vulnerability, but you're low on your assets. So how do you know that you're looking at the right assets for vulnerabilities? It's such a classic example. And I think that's where frameworks really kind of can mislead people. And people, I love what you said there. They just want your top 3 and just top 3 worries. Help me out with there. And you just cannot have that mindset. You have to be ready and willing and to accept that things do change. I thought you nailed that. The thing I'd add there is just it's constant. With that consistency, you have to be constantly coaching and constantly advocating out and for those who do want to engage, just like double down and equip them to spread the word. Because I mean, back to that first question, we really do have to have a security mindset throughout the entire organization, and you have to equip them. And if you're inconsistent as a leader and kind of going back and forth, today your framework is NIST CSF, tomorrow it's something else. And we've seen that in leadership, or you try to mix and mangle things, you're going to lose your audience, and you're going to lose sight on actually what matters, the infrastructure that you're responsible for protecting. So the consistency, it really does matter in communication, helps people understand where you're going to come from. It might be annoying to some people. It's going to be annoying to some people when you come to them with more than one problem or the problem shifted, but that's an education point, and that's where you got to lean in and help explain that back to the context of why this matters to the business.
Yeah, got it. And so, a few things came up there. We were acknowledging there's a bunch of different models that you can choose. It's important to be consistent, but it will happen where you'll change models. There's a cost to that, keeping people on board. And so just a question for you, Brian, so there are these models that people follow. Do they all lead up the mountain, or is there something people should keep in mind when they're choosing a model?
Yeah, so you want something. I always go for pragmatism. So some models, we're using models really generally here, and so there's different avenues. There's ones that just help you know what are the suite of controls. I'm not going to name names. There's some that just dig in and just like turn that into thousands of things, and then there's others that are much more pragmatic, and they say here's the 100 things that you need to think about, and everything in between. And then there's this is where FAIR comes in, and things like FAIR where you could apply context to the problem. And that's the okay, you're applying this control, but why are you applying this control? What other controls are at play? What are the assets at play? Who are you protecting this from? What are you protecting it from? And so you need to be able to complement things and understand like, hey, what's my mission? And fit the things. Either you have regulatory pressures, so you have to be NIST 800, or you're international, so you're ISO. Great. pick those ones and then make sure that you're also applying context to the business. That's where something like FAIR comes in. And even with FAIR, you can go all the way to quantification, but you get a ton of value at just helping people understand the who, what, and where that we're managing our risk for. And that's simply the scoping components of in context components of FAIR.
Got it. And that's a great lead in actually to the next question about quantification. I'd like to start with you, Brian. So let's say a security leader does want to quantify. They want to get serious. What should they expect? Is like how precise can quantification get? What kinds of decisions are going to benefit the most from having things quantified?
Yeah, that's a fantastic question. I'll start off with don't jump in and like try to get nitty gritty, crazy precise, and battle out like we've got 2 vulnerabilities on these 2 nodes in our cluster and try to prioritize that. The law of diminishing returns is very strong here. Unless you have some incredible automation behind this and it's just driving things for you, just don't jump into the deep end. And we've seen a lot of leaders try to jump in and just boil the ocean and quantify everything and just overwhelm everybody. Get the quick wins. And that's really where, look at your program, back to what we were talking about earlier of like, are you having consistent control failures because they're no longer effective, or from people? Look at those. Are you looking at like maybe your CIS and saying, we're really low on this. What would that look like if we applied this control, asset inventory being my fun one to pick on because so many people's CMDBs are a mess. And so what is the impact of that? So I really recommend that you start at the program level, contextualize why it matters. Obviously, you knew that was coming. You don't always need to quantify to make a decision. Apply the context. What are we trying to do? What are we trying to prevent from the organization? Where are we trying to protect the organization? And look at it in those terms. Now, on the precision side of things, I already said don't go overly precise. We always say when I talk about risk quantification, we're talking forecasted frequency, forecasted loss magnitude. You can bring those together in an annualized view. And there's a couple key things to kind of keep in mind here. You don't need to be crazy precise. You often have data in the industry that you can leverage and tune to yourself, and work in ranges. And so be comfortable with, hey, I'm confident in that answer because it's a range and I don't have to pick the exact number in between. One, no one's going to believe you if you can pull the exact number out of the air. And 2, back to the risk changes. It is temporal and you do need to account for what could happen and where you've been. And so that's why we think program level is a great spot to jump in on, understand the context, start applying it, and get that very quick decision and help you to make the decision on like, hey, do we need to bring in this asset inventory system? Well, yes, because we're not matching up vulnerabilities. That puts a blind spot into this part of the organization. You can take it up to the next step and say, you know what, bringing this in is going to have a cost of, say, $100,000 plus labor. We need people to manage this. How much risk does that reduce? So you can maybe build up the business case depending on where you're at in your organization, looking at your budget, trying to prioritize your budget. Those are the areas that you're going to have quick wins on. And then you can start applying it to important spots in your org.
Okay, great. Got it. And Malcolm, do you have experience getting quantitative that you would share with other leaders?
Yeah, but I'm going to take it down a different path because I think Brian covered it well. The one thing that we sometimes do, and I think Brian was talking about, there's times where you want to get detailed, there's times where you don't. But regardless of which path you pick, a story is data with a soul. Let's look back at Ford Pinto. Lee Iacocca was running the Pinto division. I don't think he was trying to kill people. They did a quantification of shipping the Ford Pinto relative to the Volkswagen coming in the low-end car market. And they had an $11 part for a safer gas tank that they didn't put into production. They had data, they quantified it.
Right.
The context that was missing was the impact to the people in the car. if they had simply changed the framing of the dialogue to one around, here's the demographic who will buy the car, the college student, the mother with a child in a child seat.
And just to jump in for any of our young viewers, this is a classic 80s trope. A simple rear end would create an explosion. A very big explosion. Yeah.
Yes. So I think regardless of how we quantify, we have to tell a story around who's really impacted. And I think sometimes we also get too lost in it's a business decision. Okay, well, it's a business decision. We could put financials around it. Well, okay, guess what? But what if our customer is harmed? What if our industry is harmed? What if we create an environmental disaster because an OT environment has a catastrophic issue and all of a sudden we're spewing noxious gas into the air that because of a cyber event that tripped one thing that tripped another that then led to something, right? So I think while the quantification is useful, it's also sometimes not as useful as having a story that the decision makers can understand the real impact versus just the numerical business impact.
Okay, got it. All right. So don't forget what's going to make it stick. You can't just fly by numbers. You need to have the protagonist, the antagonist, and what's going to happen.
The numbers support the story, but if you don't have a story, you're not going to affect a decision other than thank you for telling me. Move away. I'm accepting business risk all the time.
Got it. So that's great. So I'd like to end with one more question, and this one we'll start with Malcolm. So somebody's stepping into a leadership position in security for the first time, and they have all these things they're going to have to deal with. They're going to want to be effective. They're going to want to make the organization more secure. They're going to want to lead their team, all the security people, make them more effective, and they're going to want to communicate the mission across to their peers. What should they focus on? As with all of your experience, what should somebody stepping into that position?
Well, leadership is the art of mobilizing others to want to struggle for shared aspirations.
Okay.
Right. So they'll have to do that for their team, and they'll have to do that for the people that they are trying to affect decisions around. And so the question becomes, how do you do that? Which is why I get back to storytelling, right? And impact. I think the other thing, that they'll need to realize is two key parts. One, integrity matters, and your integrity is going to be questioned at times because people are going to ask you to water down or manipulate or sweep under the rug risk issues.
Okay.
So you have to make a decision.
Yeah.
Are you going to do that or are you not? And related to that is risk management. In my perspective, is a contact sport. It's like playing hockey.
Okay.
And I play it like hockey, and I check people into the glass, and that's sportsmanlike conduct in some situations. If you use the stick the wrong way or, you blindside them, it's not, but it's a contact sport. They're going to try and hit their measurements and their goals, which doesn't mean sometimes that they're trying to ignore you, but it's not what's pertinent to them. And sometimes you have to make sure they know you're there.
Okay.
And wake them up. And if you're not prepared to do that, I don't think you should be in the role, frankly.
Got it. So, and that's a very interesting point, because we hear, especially as people talk more about DevSecOps, it's this transition. How does the security department go from being the department of no to being an enabler? And it sounds like there's a caution there. Don't go too far to being an enabler.
Don't go too far, but also, think about it. The best risk takers should be the best risk managers. So you should be running to the riskiest of things and being the first mover on the risky technology before the rest of the business. Why? Because how else are you going to experiment with risk and figure out how to manage it? If you're the laggard,
right?
So be a risk taker, play it as a contact sport, recognize integrity matters, and figure out how to motivate and mobilize people.
Great. I think that's the soundbite for this conversation. And certainly to your point, integrity, and we're starting to see, I think people are taking more notice of integrity. I think we see this with Uber right now. Brian, you're dealing with security leaders on a daily basis. What have you seen from an outside view as you're working with them and you're working across different companies? What have you seen work for security leaders?
So, I mean, everything Malcolm said, that's like a perfect answer. Really love that. I think the only thing I would add is learn the business. A lot of people stop at the security and they don't learn the business. How are we making money? How are we changing the world? What is our mission? What is our vision? So that you can come alongside and enable that. And I love the leaning out on the risk side of things. And by learning the vision and the mission, you can help down that path. And that's a critical one that I see from time to time people forget to do. They can't point out the important things that currently exist, and they're not aware of the important things that are about to exist. But by making those relationships and talking and participating in the larger conversation in your organization, you can be out ahead of things and know what's coming and help people spot blind spots that they cannot ignore and elevate that conversation. So lean into the business, understand it, and everything Malcolm said.
Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah. No, and yeah, we this again, DevSecOps is kind of this great crucible where as security is trying to move faster, these are the things that we hear out there. You gotta. So in AppSec, if you're going to do DevSecOps, you got to understand the application that you're trying to protect better. But it's learn the business, take risk, play it like a contact sport. This was really great advice, guys. Really great input. I just want to say to everybody watching, please, if you have questions, please enter them in the chat. Everybody here would like to hear from you. And thank you guys for joining us today. This was an excellent conversation. Thanks again.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, Rob.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey everybody, happy Thursday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon and I'm here with the headlines. Kicking off headlines today, JFrog has launched Project Persia, which will enable organizations to establish a chain of provenance for open source software components stored in a secure network of repositories. By utilizing decentralized Web3 technologies, Project Persia secures the open source supply chain and ensures that software components being employed by developers have not been compromised. JFrog's end goal is to contribute to the Open Source Security Foundation, which looks to better secure open source software. With cybercriminals targeting more open source projects, securing software has become critical. Open source projects have been increasingly targeted because any malware that gets included will show up in subsequent applications, casting a wider net for cyber criminals. Reuse of open source projects is routine among developers. However, the security expertise among these developers is limited, leading to breaches across the industry. Project Persia is just one example of an initiative aimed at improving security and making it easier for maintainers to secure open source software. And Secure Code Warrior has released a new study that looks at the competing priorities of developers and how they are inhibiting the development of secure code. The State of Developer-Driven Security survey shows that devs are prioritizing functionality and speed at the expense of security. Of the more than 1,200 developers who took part in the survey, 67% said they routinely left known vulnerabilities in their code, and 48% shipped products with known vulnerabilities. This lack of prioritization stems from an array of issues. For one, developers face demanding deadlines that make it difficult to deliver a perfect product. Also, developers often opt to improve an application's functionality over security. There are also many developers in the industry who lack the necessary training to fix security problems. Insecure code can have major implications for whole organizations and consumers alike. And with the rising threats posed by cyber criminals, easy for me to say, by cyber attacks, it's clear that devs may need to shift some of their focus to security. And the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency announced the formation of a joint ransomware task force. The plans for the task force were originally detailed in the Cyber Incident Reporting for Critical Infrastructure Act of 2022. But Director Jen Esterly announced the news at an Institute for Security and Technology event on May 20th. The FBI will co-chair the task force, meaning the operational leads will be CISA's head of cyber Eric Goldstein and the assistant director of the FBI's cyber division, Brian Vorndran. CIRCIA focuses on critical infrastructure companies like financial services firms or energy companies, as these are the entities where a cybersecurity event would impact economic security or public safety. CIRCIA would mandate that these entities report any major cybersecurity incidents to the federal government. Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco also announced 2 initiatives from the Department of Justice at the event. The first initiative is aimed at illegal cryptocurrency transactions, while the second establishes a cybersecurity operations liaison position, which will work to disrupt cybersecurity threats globally. The establishment of the new task force and the federal government's efforts show that cybersecurity threats aren't being taken lightly, and proactive action is being taken to combat these threats. All right, Microsoft hosted its annual Microsoft Build 2022 conference last week and announced a general availability of Azure Container Apps, a serverless computing framework based on Kubernetes. Microsoft also announced the expansion of Azure Kubernetes Services, a revamp that will allow users to build and deploy applications on any Kubernetes cluster and ease the scaling of container applications. At the conference, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella said that Azure Container Apps makes it possible to build microservices-based cloud-native applications without Kubernetes experience. Microsoft Azure Cloud utilizes a microservices architecture with AI capabilities, creating what Microsoft describes as a hybrid loop. With microservices becoming the norm for developers, Microsoft's expansion will create a more intuitive experience in hopes to draw more users to Azure. And finally, Quincy, Illinois Mayor Mike Troop confirmed a recent major cyber attack on the city was ransomware. According to NBC affiliate WGEM, the attack took down the Quincy Police Department's non-emergency phone lines for a full day, and police weren't able to access emails or process any Freedom of Information Act requests. Also, police car computers weren't working, which forced officers to write paper copies for tickets and accident reports. It also affected the city's fire departments and city workers' email and phone systems. The attack originally was not thought to be a ransomware event. However, a recent investigation discovered a request for an undisclosed amount of ransom. Troop said it doesn't appear that any information that could harm individuals was taken from the system, and so far the city has committed about $650,000 to mitigating the attack. Although the city has recovered, the identity of the cybercriminal is still a mystery. The investigators don't believe the attacks have come from within Quincy or the state of Illinois, and the city has an open file pending with the FBI to get to the bottom of the crime. All right, that's it for the headlines. I'll be back on Monday with a fresh new batch for you. Until then, I hope everybody has a great day and a great weekend, and please, whatever you do, stay safe.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey, everybody. Welcome back to Techstrong TV. I'm Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with Tejpal Chadha, who is the global head of Digitate SaaS cloud and cybersecurity from Digitate. Tejpal, thank you so much for taking a couple of minutes and talking with me today. I do appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Pleasure to be here.
Excellent. Well, I want to talk to you about fatigue alert, basically, and the technologies that might be used to kind of help alleviate some of the fatigue alert that is occurring, especially when it comes to cybersecurity. But before we get started, I wonder if you can just tell us a little bit about Digitate.
So, Digitate is we have a unique value prop where we're trying to bring in the entire space for covering not just AI ops, but we call it an autonomous enterprise solution for AI ops, and from IT ops to assurance, and using basically AI ops to have both IT and business operation issues all in one platform. And so that's what Digitate is all about. And where we have some fantastic customers and big enterprises that use our products to solve some really critical issues, all the way from IT to workload management to workspaces and business ops in just one platform. And that's what's unique about us.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, let's talk then about AI ops specifically as it relates to helping organizations kind of cut through the noise when it comes to all the different alerts that are occurring. When we're talking about cybersecurity, I think, there is such a thing as too much of a good thing because, it's really kind of hard to concentrate when you got alerts going off 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we all know that there are some alerts that are more important to consider than others or to pay attention to. So, what are you guys seeing in the space right now as it relates to alerts in cybersecurity?
Yeah, so some of it is even our own experience because kind of we like to eat our own dog food. So, so we have a number of customers in a public cloud that we are managing and running, and clearly, from a cybersecurity standpoint, we have we have a number of tools just like any organization has to ensure from observing activity across looking at and detecting and and sort of eliminating potential security threats that we see or we think that are there. And so we see a lot of alerts. Some call them false positive. My sort of view on these cybersecurity alerts are that they are sort of good to have because in a way, a lot of the various tools, even firewalls and stuff, they want to tell you what they're doing so that you're informed. So that also comes out as, alert or alert fatigue. Like a very simple example is, you have a web application firewall and it'll come and tell you that, it detected somebody coming from its bad IP list, but because it's in its bad IP list, it blocked it, right? Now, at the same time, it says that I also blocked, someone else, which is, it looks like they're trying to do something fishy, but, it's not from a blacklist, right? And so both of those are sort of, which one's a false positive? I mean, somebody can say first one is a false positive. I say, well, it's basically information. And that's where what you want to do is you want to say, I want to suppress all of these, which is information, and it's good to know that you're doing your job. That's what it kind of keeps. And so, if you think you have 10 or 20 of these tools, at least I know we have half a dozen or more, then just multiply with all this, good to know. And so that's kind of causes you this alert fatigue, which is lots and lots of alerts which saying, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this, right? And sometimes it says, I've done this, but I blocked something or I've, blocked access, I've, disabled something. but it's not sure whether that was the right thing to do, but it'll take more of the conservative and do what it thinks is the right thing, because obviously its job is to be the helping you from a security standpoint, right? So that causes a lot of this alert fatigue, and I think so. From an AI ops perspective, people are looking at, help me reduce the noise, help me, take some actions, help me understand, and this, the term for this, we call it is incident management, right? How do I say this is high, medium, low from a security standpoint, right? And then, and if nothing else, if it's complex enough, at least, for certain kind of, alerts, send them to John because he's handling certain things, send them to Bob because he's handling certain other things. So, and then don't send everything to everyone, but just let's split them up and say if it's high, medium, low, at that level, I have 3 different teams or 3 different groups who are handling it. So we can divide and conquer, right? So at a minimum level, I want to be able to do that from an AI ops perspective. So.
Well, it sounds like the technology AI ops is bringing, dare I say it, a level of intelligence to alert management to enable organizations to really funnel and filter the right kind of alerts to the right people. Is this something that's kind of relatively new in the space, or is this something that really only can be done at the level that that your technology can do through AI ops?
I think people in the past, used to use more hard-coded rules, kind of was rule-based, but with machine learning and with AI, obviously some of these rules keep on changing because your cyber threats and your space keeps on changing and growing, right? With ransomware and different kind of things that you hear every day. So I think that's sort of the power on the machine learning AI ops perspective, that it can learn, it can assimilate all the various things that are happening. And so that whole learning and AI ops perspective brings in a different dimension than just the rules, because then I'll constantly be updating the rules. Then I need a rule master that goes in. If this is good, this is bad, this is not so good, I don't know about this. So you're constantly updating the rules. And so it's kind of you're chasing your own tail in some way, right? So you may spend more time updating the rules, and before you're done, something new pops up. So I think that's kind of where the AI ops is really helpful. And then I think beyond that is also from, people are looking for not just the alerting aspect, also how do you, what happens next, right? In terms of, we call it different things that you want to have some context, you want to understand it, you want to manage these, and then you want to handle it and then perform some actions, right? So that whole complete loop, we call it like a closed loop, for alerts, whether those are cybersecurity alerts or any alert for that matter, or events that you get, is that the classic closed loop is what helps, is what we're trying to do at Digitate in solving those, not just getting those alerts or having them kind of, just, break it up into high, medium, low kind of a thing, right?
So do you see the level of alerting that's currently happening in organizations? Do you see it getting, I don't want to say getting worse, because, we all know that the more alerts there are, the more difficult, but I almost feel like there are too many alerts that are different types of alerts. I mean, you alluded to the, the informational alerts versus the kind of level 3, red light flashing going off a type alert. But do you think that, we're getting alerts today that really, at the end of the day, we just don't need to have? I mean, are we too alert happy or too alert crazy?
Yeah, so I think that's where initially, I was making the point that, everybody's trying to, protect. And so, if you have 4 or 5 different tools, even between the tools, first of all, there's overlap, but sometimes you do have more number of alerts because of the nature of this business. So I think it's going to continue to go up. We just need to be able to come up with better ways of handling it, compartmentalizing it, or assigning some priorities to it. But I don't see it going down. I just see it kind of going up and up because of the various issues that you have to deal with from a cybersecurity aspect. So I wish they would somebody comes up and says they all disappear, but but there's so many aspects that we want to know if it's information, if it's doing its job, if it's not doing its job, we need to fine tune it to become more alert sensitive. So there are ways that we can try to minimize these, but I think end of the day, the volume just keeps on going up because of at least from a cybersecurity aspect, I don't see that they are going to go down. I think they're just they're just the trend is definitely going upwards, and so.
Do you ever see a time when maybe there's so much intelligence that is in the technology that, based on the number of alerts that an organization gets, this technology will be able to kind of correlate the different alerts and really not really just filter out, but maybe kind of bucket or group the alerts into basically just the actionable stuff for folks. So the alerting software will only alert you about the things that you need to take care of immediately, and everything else will be kind of taken care of by the technology itself.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what we're doing. That's the how. Digidate was kind of that was sort of our genesis in some sense of being able to do exactly what you say.
Okay.
That we want to minimize, we want to suppress the ones that are information only, and just like the use case I was telling before, we want to take a bunch of them, and I would say almost 60-70% of these can be suppressed. And the rest will still flow through, out of which maybe a few percentage are actionable, and then we help you to perform those actions, and at the same time categorize them and kind of go into, at least from a cybersecurity space, we call it incident management. How do we log these? But that's exactly the genesis of what we are doing, sort of end to end, or sort of what we call the whole closed loop for being able to learn, sort of manage, and then handle, and then sort of perform the actions, right? And then based on all that closed loop, it gets smarter. So the next time around, it'll do a better job. So you kind of suppress more and more, and you take actions on the ones that are really needing some action. So.
Got it. Okay. All right. Well, I'm always surprised at the AI, the intelligence engines just getting smarter and smarter, and I'm really looking forward to kind of the future to see exactly where AI is taking us in terms of not only from an operations perspective, but even in helping mitigate cybersecurity issues before they even come up. So I'm hoping that we'll definitely see movement in that area of cybersecurity technology in general. But
I'm just curious, do you see that happening soon, or?
I don't know. I'm not a soothsayer, but there's enough AI and machine learning technology that's in cybersecurity today that I don't expect that it's going to happen far. I think it'll happen sooner rather than later. But I'm certainly not giving away the recipe here. But But I think, the alerting is certainly one very, very important aspect of cybersecurity. And if we can figure out a way, which it sounds like you guys are well on your way to doing, just figuring out a way to ensure that organizations really are paying attention to the right things, I think that's almost half the battle right there.
And it's you mentioned cybersecurity. I think we see this across a gamut of, right, from an IT ops perspective, there could be things where you're getting these alerts from your databases, you're getting it from your servers, you're getting it from some of your other tools. And so, I mean, cybersecurity is, has its own nuances in terms of you have to do something. Otherwise, you could get breached or you have a short window to take some action. Whereas, there are some very similar alerts that, we help manage and events for our customers in the same way. And so for us, this is a common problem, the alert fatigue for any IT ops in terms of, you have your cybersecurity alerts, you have your alerts from, your standard, from your servers that you have deployed, whether it's in the cloud or on-prem, or any other resources that you have running today. I mean, they're all kind of giving you a lot of noise and lots of blips that, help me, I got something going on. So,
yeah, well, it's a tough nut to crack, but it sounds like you guys have the technology to at least get us there. Tejpal, thank you so much for taking a couple of minutes and walking me through the technology and what we may be seeing moving down the road with respect to alert and if not getting rid of alert fatigue altogether, at least lessening the pain. So thanks very much. I do appreciate your time.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, and pleasure. Thanks.
All right, everybody, please stick around. We've got lots more Techstrong TV coming up, so stay tuned.
Looking for a live conference focused on the tools, technologies, and practices most important to your business? Innotech conferences are live one-day business and technology conferences highlighting the latest in trends for IT leaders, developers, and IT professionals. Each event combines education, innovation, peer-to-peer networking, and the latest technology and business solutions for a diverse IT-focused audience. Innotech conferences occur throughout the year in strategic regional locations, bringing together technology professionals from various industries to learn about the solutions, practices, and tools impacting their day-to-day work and gain insight into what's to come. Presenters at Innotech conferences are selected and curated to ensure each session provides the most up-to-date and relevant information without any hype. Whether you're interested in digital transformation, cybersecurity, cloud, IT leadership, or DevOps, Innotech conferences deliver. 2022 events are scheduled to be held in Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Houston, and Washington, D.C. Innotech conferences are produced by Techstrong Live and powered by Techstrong Group.
Hey everybody, happy Thursday. This is Charlene O'Hanlon, and I'm here now with the webinar's preview. First up on Devops.com, we have understanding the new Kubernetes Gateway API versus Ingress. This one is happening Tuesday, June 7th at 11 a.m. Eastern on Devops.com. As I said, this one is sponsored by Kong. Kubernetes Ingress is one of the most widely used resources across Kubernetes. It helps to expose your applications and services to the outside world. However, the networking landscape in Kubernetes has evolved significantly. Many modern use cases very quickly expose the limitations of the Ingress API. This led to the creation of the Gateway API, a collection of new resources and APIs that improve and will potentially supersede Ingress in the future. So what does this mean for you? This webinar offers up everything you need to know about what Gateway API brings to the future of Kubernetes networking, including what is Ingress, what is the Gateway API, a deep dive into the comparison of the differences and how to use Kong Ingress Controller to leverage the Gateway API. Good stuff there. The second one is called When Less is More, Full Lifecycle Serverless Security. This one is happening Wednesday, June 8th at 1 p.m. Eastern on devops.com. It is sponsored by Palo Alto Networks. Serverless architectures revolutionize the way we build applications. Now the cloud provider is responsible for the entire underlying infrastructure. Developers only need to worry about writing application code. However, this does change the attack vectors and security for these cloud-native applications. This webinar will offer a security overview of serverless applications as well as insights into what is unique about serverless and the attack vectors this architecture type leaves exposed. Also to be discussed is how to secure serverless workloads across the full development lifecycle. And finally, we have the top 5 reasons why effective SDLC security controls are so difficult. This one is happening Wednesday, June 15th at 1 p.m. Eastern on Security Boulevard. This one is sponsored by Cycode. DevOps has been around for more than a decade. However, security teams still struggle to react to the drastic changes that it brought to the SDLC. The influx of tooling needed to facilitate DevOps also brought with it added attack surface, complexity, and a lack of visibility, all of which have left security teams on their heels. Attackers have taken notice and have shifted their attack strategies and priorities from production environments to software delivery pipelines that build those applications. So this webinar will focus on why security struggles to keep up with the pace of engineering, why effective security controls are so hard to implement across the SDLC, and how security teams can harden their tooling against software supply chain attacks. All right, that's it for the webinar's preview. I'll be back next week with a brand new batch. Until then, I hope everybody has a great day, a great weekend. Please, whatever you do, stay safe. All right, we are back. Next up, we've got the first of 3 conversations that Mitch Ashley has on today's show. In the first one, he is speaking with Sanjay Nagaraj, who is the co-founder and CTO of Traceable, and they are talking about Traceable's new API catalog, which is now available in free, team, and enterprise editions. Sanjay and Mitch also discuss the importance of API discovery with automation integrated into DevOps workflow pipelines and tool chains, and how important that is in today's very, very dynamic world of software. It is a great conversation, so let's go ahead and roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hi, welcome. I have the great pleasure of being joined by Sanjay Nagaraj, who is CTO with Traceable. Welcome, Sanjay. Great to be talking with you.
Thanks, Mitch. As always, very good to talk to you and catch up on all things technology.
Absolutely. By the way, you win the award for the coolest background of the day. So nice job.
Nice.
So for any folks that don't know you, would you introduce yourself and also tell us a little bit about Traceable? And we're going to get into some really cool news. So
absolutely. On my end, I've been building products and companies now for a couple of decades in various capacities. And been a developer and an engineer for a long time. And for me, what interests always is solving challenging problems and going after anything as a next generation technology, right? Just to make developers' lives easy, broadly, DevSecOps lives easy. Have been in DevOps for a long time. Prior to starting Traceable about 3 years ago, I was part of creating a company called AppDynamics. Was part of the product, building the product in APM. AppDynamics was a company which was building application performance management solutions, and had a lot of fun building the product and the company over a period of time. And we got acquired by Cisco just a day before IPO. And then went on to create Traceable, trying to think about application security in a whole new way. Yeah, so having fun with that.
Good. Love it that you come to it with this developer mindset.
Yeah,
thinking about security. So, well, cool. Tell us a little bit about Traceable. Traceable, give us just kind of the QT on that.
Yeah. So from, as I was saying, 3 years ago, where we started to look at our again, both my background and Jyoti's background as my co-founder and CEO background is in the DevOps space for years now, even before DevOps as a term existed that way, right? One of the things that we started to see was how the journey went from more single application, single service applications to multi-tier applications to more monolithic applications, and then to microservices, API-driven applications. The journey that we have been watching now for many years now really came to us like 3 years ago when we started to look at it. We said, this is very interesting. We are hearing from a lot of customers of ours and any technologists that we have been talking to that, hey, APIs are everywhere and every business is becoming an API-driven business, but no one is actually thinking about securing them. Because how do you bridge the gap from having monolithic applications to the API-driven applications where they've not even been able to secure some of their legacy applications, but now they're looking at API-driven applications? Who is going to bridge that gap, and who's going to take them to the next generation of securing those businesses that way, which are being driven by APIs? And that's where we started as a company. So we are our fundamental benefit that we bring to the table is that we are understanding your APIs from the ground up. And based on that understanding, we can protect your applications from a runtime perspective. But before that, we help you discover all of your APIs in your pre-production systems. And that forms our understanding of how your application is and how your overall business has been built on that to help you protect those businesses' APIs at runtime. Right.
It seems like we've gone from APIs as sort of that way you get in or get out of the application to, I don't know if it's the nitro or the rocket fuel or whatever, it's just taken up. I mean, everything is API to itself, right? Both internal and external. And sometimes it's hard to tell the difference. Imagine that's got to be a big part of what you look at is what you have and where it's being used by who, all that kind of thing.
It is. And you're absolutely right, because no longer there is a single perimeter that way that you can go and protect. And there are more and more, similar to more and more code that is getting shipped every single day, there is more and more APIs that are coming online on a regular basis. Mm-hmm. So how do you kind of understand these APIs that are coming online, not only exposing externally, but even internally as well? Very large organizations have lots and lots of internal APIs that they don't even know exists. Then if you don't even know where it exists, then how are you even going to protect it, right? And that is where you're absolutely right. For us, it is about protecting those external APIs, but also a lot of the internal APIs that are actually coming as part of the code that's getting shipped in many cases multiple times a day in a lot of organizations.
I hear people talking about Shadow or Rogue or whatever APIs. Like, you don't even know about the APIs in your own team, more or less your own organization. Absolutely. It's a huge challenge. I get it totally. Well, and I know you got an announcement in this area, so I want to hear it. Let's hear the great news.
Yeah. So the announcement that I want to make today is that we are launching an enhanced version of our API catalog capabilities that have always existed in the product, but we are actually now launching this as a separate offering that our customers can access. Because one of the things that is the reason why we are doing this is a lot of our customers have customers and prospects and people that we are talking to. One of the key things that they tell us is we don't even know where these APIs exist. We don't know who is accessing them. We don't know what types of data is flowing through these APIs. We don't know, we don't even have documentation for these APIs, right? Before we even think of protection, as they say in security, if you don't know what you have, you don't know how to protect them. First of all, you got to know what you have before protecting them, right? So that means that for them, a lot of cases was the discovery of these APIs. So we are launching the API catalog as a free and a team and an enterprise edition so that the customers can get to know where those APIs are and to understand the risk associated with those APIs based on various set of factors. And based on that risk understanding, they are now able to know what their security posture is overall. And that's why we're launching API Catalog today in an enhanced way. And I'm pretty excited about that it's getting launched as a separate package now.
So really essentially taking what was part of the traceable offering and carving that out as both a standalone and of course still integrated with what you do then, correct?
Absolutely. They have a very easy path that they can go with. They can start to look at the catalog functionality, help them understand their APIs, understand the sensitive data aspects of it, to know what their overall risk posture is associated with those APIs. Understand from an open API spec perspective, a lot of customers don't have documentation of the RESTful APIs that they have. So we allow them to create those documentation, download them and everything else. But if you already have, some organizations do have where the developers have the open API spec, but in a lot of cases, they may not keep it up to date. So you don't know whether you're kind of compliant to what you were thinking as a security team that was supposed to be maintained as part of your development lifecycle. But if you're not, we will basically make sure that we help you understand where are you with that compliance in terms of to the existing specs that you have compared to the current state of the APIs, where you can identify if there are shadow APIs that are there, orphaned APIs and everything else. So you kind of have a full understanding of the overall posture. And now the exciting part is you can get that separately. And of course, once you understand those APIs, start to include the protection as part of those APIs as well. So that's pretty exciting.
Very good. It's interesting. I've kind of come to this model of nothing in software in our world is static anymore. Nothing. It actually kind of doesn't have a state, right? Because it's under constant change. And yes, there's states to it, literally. But and it's that way with APIs. So when we say something like documentation, that's changing as developers are working, as third-party packages are integrating, or SaaS services that we're using. It is a constant moving landscape. So where I'm going with this is I can't imagine developers logging in and entering, here's my API, knowing that you're a DevOps person. So how does this fit into the DevOps world?
Yeah. So let me give you a little bit of an example, right? See, there are organizations are at various stages of the DevOps and DevSecOps movement that way, right? There are organizations, larger organizations, I should say, who have 50 to 100 different teams who are building their own APIs and services. But there are compliance mandates and everything else, having the security teams to say, can you please document all of the APIs that exist across organizations? So one of the customers that we were talking to before they started to use Traceable that way, the way they used to do that was they used to go to each of these teams and say, can you please provide me a documentation of it? And the teams would go, no, we are busy building features. If you give us some form of a template, we will go and fill this out. Right? Literally, in some cases, they had to give an Excel sheet or a Google sheet, whatever it may, and say, okay, can you fill in all the URLs that are being exposed as APIs? And we will create an inventory out of it. That was as basic as an inventory gets, right? So that is the stage that people are. But the conversation was that, okay, so what are you going to do if tomorrow a new API comes online? And the answer there was, we already know that by the time they even send us the sheet, probably it's already outdated, right?
As soon as you hit save, it's out of date, right?
Exactly. So in fact, the document probably should be out of date documentation, right? That's what the sheet should be named. So that is the stage we are in a lot of organizations. There are some organizations who are more advanced where they do have some of these specs, but what they are looking for in a lot of those cases is that, are these specs being continuously maintained? Are they being up to date in terms of the information that exists as part of that to adhere to the compliance requirements that they have set up internally, right? That's where there is the gamut of it. And for us, the belief is that whether you don't even know what these APIs are, where they exist, you definitely need the API catalog functionality. But even if you know where it exists, you need that to understand how it actually matches with the risk posture that you think you have and what is it in reality. Because we are watching every single piece of deployment that is going through, to watch all of the tests that are running as part of your environment, to exactly know what is being exercised and what has actually been documented, right? But the main thing for us is that, as you were saying, the code is continuously changing. New things are getting deployed all the time. How do you do the security aspect? One of the biggest challenges security practitioners have is they don't want to slow down the business, because they know that the more the code is getting shipped, the reason why it is getting shipped on a regular basis is because businesses want to keep their customers engaged. Businesses want to ensure that their customers are getting all the new functionality that they're developing, right? Security doesn't want to go in there and say, okay, you got to slow down the shipment. Gone are the days where they used to say, I'm going to do a full-on security review, an audit on this, and I'm going to take the next 3 months to go do it, right? Because it needs to happen. A lot of these has to happen in line, right? So how do you bring this into that DevSecOps world by enabling the security practitioners, the product security engineers to actually take things back, as in the risk understanding, to the developers and help them actually go fix it? Developers want to change it, but in a lot of cases, if you give them a 1,000-page document with a list of all of the different vulnerabilities that exist, who's going to prioritize that? Mm-hmm. That's where the risk-based prioritization of some of these APIs and microservices that are actually deployed, which are deploying these APIs, to be actually very readily available from a catalog perspective, so that they know exactly which ones to fix.
Well, in the security world, there's a lot of nuances to how things work. And one of the things in the software world, there's a lot of nuances about APIs. It isn't just straight APIs. There's branch development, tree, main tree development. Yeah. There are customs that you're doing for customers, deprecations, and things are in multiple paths, all at the same time, as well as some moving forward, sometimes moving backwards with deprecation. Yes. So that whole context of all that could easily be lost on someone who's not intimately familiar or heavily engaged with the software process. So just giving that sheet to a security team, you've met maybe the compliance requirements, but have you really, really improved your security posture, your risk assessment, because you just don't have the context for it.
Correct. And you're absolutely right. And also, you cannot deal with continuous change with something that is outdated the moment it's written, right? The reason why I say that is, like, even if you take the typical way of software development today, right, is you have your dev, your staging, and your prod. All of those could be, in a lot of cases, are running different pieces of code that way, because the versions are different and everything else. And then on top of that, there are feature flags that the developers use, which may dictate certain APIs to come online only in dev, only in staging, and only in prod. So the documentation needs to take into account all of these things as well. But you may have a document to say, hey, this API exists, but the API may not even be exposed because the feature flag is not on. Or in the dev side of it, it may not be exposed, but in the production, it is exposed, as an example, because the feature flag was turned on for some customers. How do you kind of consolidate all of these things to know, here was one service which is running a version 1.1, and then in staging it's running 1.2, to production running, but in dev it's running 1.2, to staging in 1.1 and 1.0 in production that way, as in the lower environments having different versions of it. How do you kind of consolidate all of these things to go, here is a service and this is the journey of this from a catalog perspective, here is the API and this is the journey of that API through that service, and here is how the APIs have changed. And that means that you get to know what you thought that type of data is never getting exposed to the outside world is actually getting exposed. We just now saw this with the Twitter, as they had to pay a $150 million fine because they were exposing certain parts of the data that they were not supposed to expose to their partners. And in a lot of cases, they did not even know that it was getting exposed. Mm-hmm. So without you having access to a catalog, which is kind of telling you how you're compliant when it comes to those data requirements, in association with those APIs that are being used by businesses. In the case of Twitter, it was ad level APIs that way, right? How are you going to kind of do that if you don't even know what type of data is flowing through? Because the documentation is not necessarily going to tell you which of them was sensitive data. This data was supposed to be exposed only to these set of users. If you don't have something of a fundamental understanding of those APIs, which our catalog offers, it's very, very hard to know. Right? Everyone wants to do the right thing, but it's just that you've got to have the tools to actually do it. And that's what we are in the business of building.
Yeah, APIs are kind of like a class definition in software. There may be a myriad of attributes. Does it mean you're using them all or using them the way you and I might understand the same thing? And you mentioned feature flags too. That's an interesting point because oftentimes feature flags can be used testing the same feature differently in different regions, geographic locations, clouds, whatever it might be. So you talk about nuance. It gets very complex very fast. And it seems to me without that kind of a catalog that is integrated into the process, and yes, there's documentation and code that can help you benefit from that. That doesn't always get kept up easier, but at least you've got it there in the context of how it's being used.
Exactly. And I think you're absolutely right. I think on our end, the key to the catalog that way is how do you discover some of these APIs where you're able to automatically classify those APIs? So you know that what is the services that the APIs belong to, and you know how to tag these APIs based on what application they belong to. And some of these things do it automatically so that the customers don't have to go and manually set up certain things. Then how do you map the users that are actually accessing this and take them to the user roles that are associated with those APIs? Because there are APIs typically are, as in role-based access has been enabled. But how do you categorize these APIs? Which APIs are being used by what roles, other than having just in a piece of documentation? How is it behaving at a runtime? Then you need to build the documentation, which is the open API spec, as I was discussing before, that we automatically build it and you're able to download it. Then, as you were talking about, which is everything is happening on a continuous basis, how do you integrate this into your CI/CD as a platform so that you continuously know how some of these changes are coming about, right? And that's where the change management aspect of it needs to be understood. So you know which are the new parameters that got introduced. Was there a new version of an API that came online? You should be understanding all of those things. Then the other part of it, as I said, if you have a document already, then you're able to kind of understand whether the conformance for it exists or not, right? Because you may have, like we were talking about, there is the deviations that can be on the parameters, on the data, whatnot, right? And that means that you know what the source of truth is, which could be your documentation, which may as well be generated from Traceable to begin with as well. But you know that's the source of truth. Then if there are changes to it, if there are shadow APIs coming online, how do you kind of go and alert the security teams and product security teams to take action on that, right? And that's where the robust reporting aspects of it is what is very, very important on this, to make sure that you have that regulatory compliance where you're mapping each of the API endpoints to, I was talking about the reporting aspects of it to enable that. But from a regulatory compliance perspective, you're mapping the APIs to the sensitive data that is flowing through these APIs, right? So there are a lot of these functionalities that we have as part of this, which makes it truly a very rich offering for the customers.
Well, just a few minutes left. Could you briefly just clarify, how does the discovery part work? Where in the flow is that happening, or flows, parts of the flow is that occurring?
Yeah. So the discovery part of it is where we are looking at the data that is flowing through your applications, right? And we have various deployment options that are relevant to a customer. We can collect data at the application level, either through we have built technology which is based on eBPF as an example, which is enabled as part of default Linux distributions today. That means that we are able to take this data without impacting any anything on the application level at all, right? That means that these are all agentless technologies. We use that. We use mirroring in some cases where you're either mirroring off your edge traffic as an example in your production environments, or your gateways as an example. We can collect the data. Then, of course, the richness also comes because we can collect the data at your application level, whether you have Java, Golang, Python, whatever the application language is. Because we are based on open telemetry as a technology, as an open source technology, we are able to capture a lot of the data seamlessly to connect the services end to end. As through the data is flowing, it's not just about a single API, because APIs are interacting with many other APIs. How do you track these dependencies that way, right? So that's where we make it very seamless there, and the free offering obviously comes with all of these things, and it's pretty exciting that the customers get to use it.
Very cool. So free team enterprise is the offering. How do folks take advantage of this, where they can find out more?
So they should, again, go to traceable.ai, and traceable.ai. We have a separate page on there for the API catalog itself, and just click on it. Just click on the free version of it, and you should be able to download it and run it, and get to discover your APIs and understand your security posture.
Great. Well, Sanjay Nagaraj, very much appreciate you stopping by, and congratulations on the launch, CTO with Traceable. Hope to see you at RSA. I'm sure we will bump into each other somewhere over there amongst the however many 20 or 30, whatever the number is going to be, 1,000 people showing up. So I appreciate it very much. I wish you the best with this, and hope it goes very well with your launch and people taking advantage of the catalog.
Thanks, Mitch. Thanks for having me.
You bet.
Bye.
Devops.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. Devops.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. Devops.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. Devops.com, where the world meets DevOps.
All right, we're back. Next up, we have the second of 3 conversations that Mitch Ashley has on today's show. This one is with Lance Knight, who is the COO and president over at Connectall. They talk about value stream management and the understanding of value stream management and how it can bring confusion to some folks. So they discuss the meaning behind value stream management, how it can bring more extraordinary insight into the DevOps software development and delivery workflow, and pretty much everything else that value stream management can bring. So it is a great conversation. Let's roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Well, the great pleasure again of being joined by Lance Knight. Lance is president and COO with Connectall. Lance, good to be talking with you.
Oh, it's great. Great talking to you too, Mitch, again.
And I forgot to add author, by the way. So.
Oh, yeah.
So for folks that don't know you, maybe you would like to know a little bit more about Connectall. Tell us about yourself and your company.
So Connectall is one of the leaders in the emerging value stream management space. And, we have, I think we kind of take a little contrarian point of view compared to everybody else in this space. And we're probably a little more bombastic too, as some of the things we say, but we're really trying to help, the VSM space get back to some realities of what it is. And our solutions and services help organizations improve flow and build what's valuable through value stream management.
Excellent. And your background too, just tell us a little bit about you.
So I come from upstate New York in manufacturing when I first started my career in a turbine engine Actually, I started with a heat treat where we actually, treated metal, and then worked for a manufacturing firm where we made turbine blades for a while. And then my last few years have been dedicated to helping organizations develop software better for the last few decades. But my first early stages career was that in manufacturing and in IT. So that's why I'm kind of like this realist when I start to talk about value stream management, when I start to talk about lean principles and systems thinking, is because I walk shop floors. I've seen the way it works, and the way I was taught to think about it back then of what value stream management is.
I like to say you come by it honestly, right? That connection between software and manufacturing and a lot of the ideas we've brought to software.
Maybe from hard work. Working in manufacturing is very different than, and that was in the 80s and 90s. So it was even more different then.
Mm-hmm. Some things have changed, and some things, still back to the good old things.
Yeah.
Let's talk about, value stream management is really kind of risen on the radar, I think, of everybody, become a very popular topic. Sometimes when that happens, what it is becomes a little less clear, maybe muddied. People co-opt the term, people, use it to their benefit, sometimes and not. Maybe you could argue that some of that's happened with value stream management. That's just, to me, it's a sign of, it's connecting with people. So other folks like to be part of that. Mm-hmm. Maybe we should go back let's get kind of back to the core of value stream management and what it is. And, bring it really back to the manufacturing. I'd love to get your perspective on that.
Yeah, I mean, here, I'll read one or two of these. Value stream management is the ability for customers to fund, schedule, track, work, and investment to the customer. That's from somebody in our one of the different things in our space. This one was, I've got these written down over here, and this one's very interesting here. Value stream management helps teams document, analyze, measure the value of their DevOps projects and processes. Document, measure, and that's not quite what I was taught. It's not bad, but you get my point. It's, there's other ones in here too. Let me give you one more and then you can value me. Let's see. Value stream management is a method or technique that focuses on the customer to increase flow of business value from customer request to customer. That one's actually pretty good. Mm-hmm. But they're all, they're all over the place. The one that says enables customers to fund, is it going to give them money?
Yeah. I guess it does take money to do it. So yeah, it does, it's in there somewhere, but maybe that it's not part of the funding meetings I've been in, but
yeah. So, anyway, so I kind of laugh at that. But before you even define value stream management, I even believe that we're not defining what a value stream is yet, right? Now, I'm coming from that, manufacturing world, and I know we need to transform a little bit, but some of the transformations are really interesting. So before you can say what value stream management is, you have to say what a value stream is, right? And this is an interesting point of view that I've been putting out there. The value stream, simply put, is this, and I'm going to read it only because I want to make sure that I say it right again, because sometimes even I mess it up, right? But it's this simple. Value stream is both value added and non-value added required to take products and services, products, raw material state to the waiting items of the customer. It's simply the steps that you're doing, both value added and non-value added, to deliver products and services to the customer. Now, the customer can be internal or external customers. That's it. It doesn't really say whether what you're putting through it is valuable or not, or whether it's funded. It doesn't, and it assumes, the value stream assumes that it's valuable because the customer requested it. Right? So it's an interesting point of view. And we can talk, I give you my definition of value stream management later on in there. And I got to give kudos to Gimba Academy, which I been working with them on some podcasts and talking to them about that definition. So it's not my definition. It is the definition that comes from lean principles that, came through all of that.
Well, it ties back to lean and Toyota manufacturing and a lot of the ideas of, you have to understand the principles, the core elements. If you're going to improve the quality of any process, you're going to know what it takes to deliver something. Manufacturing floor isn't like a software team where
not at all, no. Things
can be chaotic and you eventually get something out. If you're chaotic in a manufacturing environment, people get hurt, stuff doesn't happen, a lot of money gets wasted on whatever. Usually that doesn't last very long in a manufacturing world.
Well, there's a whole bunch of things that are different that I've talked about for a while too, right? Batch sizes are different, projects are different, products are going through it. User stories aren't the same. Normally, when you're manufacturing something, the raw materials come in the same, the processes are the same, the steps are the same, everything's pretty similar. However, that's not true with software, right? Mm-hmm. But the core of the steps that you do and the things that you do to develop those different sizes of things are normally the same, right? You write your code, you test your code, you move it through and you deliver it. So there's pieces of it that are similar, like a shop floor. It's just the work that comes in is not. So that's why when I say sometimes, you've heard me say some contradictory statements like cycle time is a feckless metric. Well, how does it be the same when all the things that are coming in? How do you learn from that when they're all things are different sizes? And then when you think about cycle time and software delivery, here's how I've always seen it. The stuff that goes through at the top of the backlog goes right through, gets prioritized, has executive sponsorship, gets right through. But there's always this other stuff that sits down at the bottom. It kind of just sits there, right? And it just sits there forever. So that blows off, that skews cycle time, right? I know if I called up my VP of engineering, Andrew, and I said, I want this one done right away, he'll put it to the top of the queue and we'll get it done. But what about all those other things that I don't call up and say, we need this right away? You see what I'm saying?
So it's that 3-year backlog. It's that, technical debt. It's all the things that we don't get to, right?
Yeah. So it's very interesting when you start to look at these together, but it's the industry that's kind of defining this, and they're defining it in multiple ways. It's very interesting when you start to unfold all the VSM players, and it explains why people don't get any understanding of the tangibility that they can get out of doing a value stream management thing, right? So at ConnectAll, we're doing some stuff around that, right? We're talking to customers now about, here's how value stream management can turbocharge your DevOps initiatives and giving tangible things, not just transformational things, but real tangible things, right? Here's how you can connect business outcomes of code in production and make sure that you're building the right things with value stream management. Interesting story to that. I've been in this space for a while. When you start working in a connected software development world across your tools and architecture and so on, the biggest thing I realized when I did the first integration between two tools years ago wasn't that I had the ability to take my requirements from, let's say, AHA and put them into Jira. It was the reverse of that. The unknown things, as I was managing my portfolio, that were getting done in Jira that came back up that I could then prioritize and, I guess as pun intended, have an aha moment, right? Because everything goes, when you think about it, it goes from portfolio to teams and so on. But there are things that teams put in their backlogs that didn't come from product management. So when you started connecting these things, visibility started to occur about what was getting prioritized and why. And it may not have been connected to the initiatives or business outcomes I was looking for.
I'm wondering if, and I wanted to go back and ask you kind of to that, sort of getting to that core definition. You mentioned the elements that are value adding and non-value adding. There are non-value adding pieces to this, right, that are important to be able to deliver. Is it some of those things, or, what would be examples of that?
Well, those things are what's going through your value stream.
Okay.
Right. So like technical debt, requirements, user stories, tasks, those are things that are going through your value stream. But I'll go back to that statement, right? The value stream doesn't care what you're doing is valuable or not.
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't take that too far, right? I mean, we do want people to not know if they're doing valuable work and so on. But when we get into this thought of value-added and non-value-added work, here's where people kind of get defensive. So I don't want to make anybody defensive, because there's non-value-added work, but necessary.
Right.
Right. And that but necessary is the important part. But there's other non-value-added work that is completely that, non-value-added. Right. Things in the value stream, which I consider would be called transportation waste. Right. So I've got a monitoring tool out here that's scanning for defects. Well, first, actually, that's a non-value-added activity. However, that's very necessary, right? But when it finds these vulnerabilities, somebody's got to take them and then go put them into another system. That process of transporting those vulnerabilities into tickets in Jira is completely non-value-added.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's automate it. Let's automate that, right? Scanning for defects is a non-value-added activity to the customer. However, a human can go look for all those, but instead we have these great tools that have automated it to make it more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
So when you start to break down any process in anything you develop, 95% of what you're doing is non-value-added. And but necessary, right? I want to make sure that I say it enough so people don't get too mad at me for saying that what they do is non-value added. Even though it is, it's just very necessary, right? The value added stuff is coders developing software that solves problems that can get to either reducing time that it takes organizations to do things, or things that go to the customer to make them more effective.
Yeah, sort of a layman's view of that. I've had many conversations with engineers in networking or in software. Is the things that I'd like you spending your time are not those things that we can automate, right? That doesn't require your intellect. Maybe your intellect to automate it, but
right.
That can happen, and you can work on the stuff that's both going to kind of stimulate your creativity and your thinking, leverage your skills, and actually solve some of the tougher, meatier problems that aren't as repetitive.
Yeah.
Just generally required to kind of keep the lights on and keep quality up or security up or whatever it might be.
Yeah, so one of those is like testing and quality and all of that. I'm sorry, that's non-value added. Defects are waste. So, the process of uncovering them is not value added. However, I'm going to say it again, necessary, right? Very necessary. But if we could do an initiative to reduce defects by shifting left so that they're writing cleaner quality, higher productive code with less defects, that would be something to do in order to reduce defects, that waste, and that non-value added activity.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So all of this, I can bring everything into that mindset of that, right? Security, mapping security, doing all that, necessary. However, you may want to also consider investing in helping your engineers write good, secure code. That way, there's less of those issues that are getting uncovered in that non-value-add activity with security.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it makes sense when you explain it. Yeah, it.
But if I just say it, people go, ooh.
What's the judgment part of it, right?
Yeah.
It's not that it isn't worthy. We don't mean value as in it's not worthy, or it is worthy.
Right. But it's necessary, right? Budgetary planning of whether you can afford to do something, that's necessary, right? But it doesn't bring value in the same way. Now you could take it to the next level, because we're talking about value added, non-value added, or value stream management or value management. That's the question, right?
So kind of take it home for us. Tell me a little bit about how these conversations are informing or helping your customers as you're engaging with them, and maybe even informing your product or your product strategy, and kind of how where you're helping take the company.
Yeah. So I found years ago, when I started talking this way, when talking in lean and talking in systems thinking and a little bit of Six Sigma and looking at the value stream, this was back when I was coming out of manufacturing. I just noticed people started to listen. They kind of say, oh, okay, yeah. Well, how do I remove that waste? How do I become more efficient? And when you start calling it with certain terms, what it does with the lean stuff is gives us a cadence of conversation. Right? It says, okay, well, that's waste. Well, what do you mean that's waste? Well, you're moving this or you're doing that. It's actually waste in your value stream. So when we start talking with customers, we use a lot of these lean thoughts and principles. And then when you think about this, and this is where I'm going to separate or diverge from my point of view, right? When you start talking about value stream management, that's pretty straightforward. And I'm going to read it. Value stream management enables organizations to deliver goods and services to their customers more rapidly, at higher quality, and lower cost by streamlining the flow of value across the enterprise. Value is what you're building. It doesn't care whether that's valuable or not. Mm-hmm. That is value stream management, right out of all the manufacturing books I've read. So now let's talk about value management for a minute. Here's what gets a little fuzzy. Because the word value, I think, is what messes people up here, unless they get a hard point of view on it. Value management gets a little fuzzy. It gets a little muddy. The water's getting murky. How do you know if something's valuable or not? Well, that's up to the business to let you know, because the business is requesting this from their organization and value stream. But I believe that you can do all kinds of things to determine from a portfolio perspective whether things are valuable or not, whether they're important to the organization, whether it's relevant right now. And I have different stories around my background in determining some of that stuff. However, there's no clear way to do it. So you have to expect from a developer's point of view that what you're getting is valuable to the organization to work on, and have access maybe to understanding why. Based upon connecting to portfolio stuff. But here's where I'm going to come together and bring both of these points of view that I have out there, value management or value stream management. We're a value stream management company. We believe value stream management is human. You've heard me say that how many times, right? Mm-hmm. And managing your value stream is just exactly what I said. But I believe, and I have some core beliefs on this, that a value stream management platform, and that's our product, and these concepts drives our roadmaps and the way we think and look at things, also should be able to give you insights into what you're putting into the value stream is valuable or not. A value stream management platform. That's different than managing your value stream, right? So because we have this ability to capture all that data, look at how it's flowing, look at what's flowing, regulate that against what your corporate initiatives are, we believe that you should be able to get that information from a value stream management platform on is what's going through your value stream valuable or not. Mm-hmm. And you can look at through that by kind of that analogy I started with, where technical debt was never looked at. It stayed in the developer's silo.
Right. Yeah.
And then we start connecting the silos. We start to get awareness. Well, I might not want to fix that technical debt today. That doesn't align to my business outcome. That might be a little more important to that. We may be able to do that later and having those discussions. So because of the fact that you're connecting all this, a VSP should give you that insights. It should give you the metrics you need. It should tell you whether you're being able to deliver valuable work as well. And at the same time, allow you to automate and make sure that you're doing it with higher quality, greater efficiency, and less cost.
Well, excellent. It's been a really interesting conversation because I hadn't really thought about the difference, and nor do I have the background that you do in manufacturing. So it's extremely, though I went through the total quality management movement back in the 90s.
EQL, yeah. I remember
That's
that.
where I kind of got involved in it. But super, super interesting, and I think helpful insights, and maybe help us with, why not to be defensive about non-value activities.
I head up Connect All. Most of what I do is non-value added. So I just have to accept that. I feel it's necessary. Somebody else may not, but I think it's necessary, right? But that's, if you look at it that way, but I've gone through things, 95% of all processes or all business processes and so on are non-value added. There's things at 95% of it about what's value and non-value added. But the big part is from a perspective of the value stream management space, a platform should allow you to do those things. And so here's an interesting spin a little bit more on that. The platform is in servitude of the human who's trying to automate their value stream. A value stream management is, and in my mind, will always be a human endeavor.
You have said that before. Here and in other places, other times we've gotten together. Well, that's great talking with you. Look forward to having you back again. And I'm curious where we're going to go next. This has been a really great conversation. So, by the way, where can folks go find out more about Value Stream Management Platform, Connect All?
ConnectAll.com, of course, right? I want to say one quick other thing. I said this in our last one. We did release our free value stream mapping tool.
That's right. Yeah.
And you can go use it today. It's completely free. We're giving it to the community. It has all the different tool icons and shapes that you'll ever need. And it's at valuestreammanagement.com. Just go sign up and map away.
And as I recall, you did that to help people get started and get going more quickly, kind of get into the process.
And if
I
you
have that learning curve of getting started.
And if you need help mapping, we do have complimentary, no strings attached kind of sessions where a value stream mapping expert will help you get going.
Awesome. Great. Well, visit connectall.com. Lance Knight, President and CEO with Connect All. Thank you again. Great talking with you. We look forward to having you back again.
Thank you, Mitch. Always my pleasure.
My pleasure as well. Take care.
All right, we are back, and up next we have the third of three conversations that Mitch Ashley has on today's show. This one is with Mehmetali Shakiri, who is the founder and CTO of AppStellar. They discuss the opportunities and challenges of Kubernetes in the AWS cloud. AppStellar, among other things, they joined the Amazon Partner Network and is an AWS consulting partner. They also joined the Cloud Native Computing Foundation as a partner and as a Kubernetes certified service provider. So they certainly have a lot of experience in the AWS space. And this is definitely a relevant conversation for a lot of you out there, I'm sure. So let's go ahead and roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Well, I have a great pleasure of being joined by someone who actually was at KubeCon and had some news around KubeCon. We're going to be talking about that. But I'm joined by Mehmetali Shakiri, who is with AppStellar. He's founder and chief technology officer. It's one chief technology officer to another. Good to be talking with you, Tally. Welcome.
Thank you for having me, Mitch. Nice to meet you and great to be here.
Great to have you here. Well, tell us a little bit about yourself and then tell us a little bit about AppStellar, your company.
Okay, as you mentioned, my name is Mehmet Ali Shashiri. I'm founder and CTO of AppStellar. We are a Pristina-based company, which we are focused mostly on software development solution, primarily focused on cloud. And also another practice area that we have, which we are doing a lot of work, is DevOps as a service. So we work primarily in two models. So we have done, on the development space, we have done a lot of serverless solutions and also microservices solutions. So depending on, what the product is, what is the best architecture to go with, we define this on the discovery phase with our client, and when we do the architecture proposal. And Kubernetes has been, for quite some time for us, a go-to container platform for every, container-based deployment solution that we have built with AppStellar. So we are helping our clients. We are mostly, a service provider and a consultancy company, focused on helping a client, adopt the cloud technologies, and also, helping them build the products which are integrated with cloud services.
Very good. Well, we'll get to your news that was announced at KubeCon. First, I'd like to ask you one of the great things about talking with you as a service provider, someone working with companies to help create software. Are there certain kinds of projects? Are they more product-oriented, customer experience-oriented? Is it more internal automation? Where do you find you're finding more of your opportunities with customers?
I mean, one thing that we have found ourselves to provide the most value to our customers is to identify which are their pain points. Because at the end of the day, most of our clients are very technical. They already have a development team, or engineering team, which is supporting or building their own products. So the way that we find ourselves, integrating with their internal processes is just by first talking about what are their pain points. So if that means that they need, someone to help them build, a product or migrate their product to cloud. So that's how we discover, where we can provide the most value. So for us, DevOps and product development have been always, an entry point. So we had many cases where we started helping our customers, provisioning their infrastructure or automating their processes, continuous integration, continuous deployment, or helping them, scale their production workload, and, manage their auto-scaling capabilities. But then, after a very short time, they, needed help from us, in development. So, for us has been always, we started, with DevOps or development, but we ended up basically extending our practice also to all our services. So the majority of our clients are currently in AWS. And this is where our main focus is right now. And also we have many clients which are currently either already in production with Kubernetes or are migrating to Kubernetes workload.
Very good. Well, speaking of which, that's what the news was at KubeCon, is that you're now a AWS partner and also a Kubernetes certified service provider. First of all, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Tell us what does that mean? What does that mean for you and also for your customers?
I mean, I think this has been a great news for us because two certification came like a month in between each other. So this has been for us a very hard work because this is a result of, many months and, more than a year on helping our clients, delivering their solution to cloud and also migrating or managing their Kubernetes environments. And for us, this is a very major milestone as a company. And also it is just I would say, one of the first steps that we have accomplished in our roadmap strategically. For us, it's very important because as many customers of ours, migrate or already use AWS and Kubernetes, their demand increases day to day. And, AWS is a very, I would say, one of the major cloud providers in the market. And it really means a lot, also for our clients to validate our expertise, and also for our people, to grow in their career. Whereas Kubernetes, we have been working for quite some time with Kubernetes, and we've been wanting, to contribute as well in that space. We have had many successful projects. So I would say this has been more of an amazing news that came for us to be part of, alongside many major organizations, which are in that landscape. For us, it's just, better position ourselves in the market, which has helped us, grow as a company, but also as a result, we are helping our customers, better achieve their goals.
Interesting. Yeah, if software is eating the world, I think Kubernetes is eating software, the next bigger fish. Yeah. It's amazing, just how widespread it's becoming. What do you, I assume your work with EKS is Amazon's Kubernetes service offering, right? What is it that you find customers need most help with Kubernetes? I think we all know it's fairly complex to set up, which is what helps by using something like EKS, and just moving to a containerized microservice software architecture is no small matter either. So there's some good challenges, fun, but also for some folks maybe a little steep too. What is it you find most people need help with?
I mean, we work with startups as well, and we work also with well-established organizations, which are, for quite some years in the market. So one thing that we've witnessed is, I've been in a startup myself, and as a startup, you have a very limited budget. Also, you don't have that expertise potentially in-house. So in startups, what we've witnessed more is that more startups, tend to lean toward managed services because they are very easy to set up, such as, AWS EKS or, Aurora, Postgres, RDS, and etc. So we witnessed that, startups lean towards, managed services, and also because of ease of setup and also because of ease of management. Whereas larger organizations tend to have more, need of control of things. But the majority of our clients are using managed services. And this is, as a result, because we are, located in Pristina, and all of our services we are providing remote. And as a result, we are, very easy to help our customers, set up their environments. So managed services, we saw that it's like mostly, a preferred option. And also what we're witnessing right now is, the need for, maybe better, I would say network management, within the Kubernetes, a lot of demand we've been having around observability, setting up the monitoring tool, setting up the alerting option also, as well, scaling out the production on cross-regional. So, and especially when talking about cross-regional deployments, and multi-cluster management scenarios, and networking is something which becomes very complex, and deciding about what to use is very important.
Yeah, I think you definitely agree with your managed service being a true value add, especially if you don't have the staff or sometimes the dollars. It also can be a real speed advantage too, right? If I don't know Kubernetes super well, or I'm moving to Amazon and kind of want to accelerate my path there, I can work with somebody that's been there, done that, and help me get there. And I've used that strategy at times too. One of the things you mentioned is that we can easily get started on all these cloud services and a credit card and a web browser, and you're off to the races. But there is sort of this mid-level stack in the software stack where, okay, yes, you can do those things, but now how are you going to monitor? How are you going to do observability and tracing into your application? How are you really going to manage Kubernetes in a larger setup, versus an early development environment, things like that. And those are some of the lessons learned. Usually don't come by until you've done it a few times. And I would imagine that's something you can bring to the table.
It really depends. For us, it's been a combination of, I would say, experiences. So because we deal with clients who most of the time they know what they need, because as I mentioned, they have already an engineering department or development team. So in those implementation for us, the preferred approach was always implementing the GitOps approach. Okay. Which it's a very, I would say, developer friendly, but in scenarios where, the business, I would say, department or product management wants to have that control on the release pipelines or on the release nodes, it was a combination of, different continuous integration and continuous delivery tools. One thing that we've witnessed is that, getting into the cloud is very easy. However, as the business goals are, frequently very, very tight, because everyone wants to go to market, yesterday. There's not a lot of attention at the beginning about cloud costs, which tends to become a problem, at the later stage. So, one thing that we have been, I would say, consulting our clients, to take this into a very good consideration. And, basically we work with them since the beginning on, identifying what that means for them at a later stage, not now, but, after a year, after a couple of months, and then, working around on getting, I would say, into that stage faster, but also, thinking about costs, because, today is not, you might afford it, but you might not afford it tomorrow. And a lot of product companies, they are investor oriented, which, they raise funds to, deliver an MVP or validate the product to the market. And then, in a matter when they struggle or, when they have those difficulties, then the knee-jerk reaction is, okay, let's cut down costs. So I think this has been, for us, has been something that we have been, working with our clients since the beginning, and we have providing a lot of value to them to, make better decisions, identify those items that, are important in their roadmap. And another thing that we have, as we grew, we learned is that we primarily work with Terraform as a provisioning tool, regardless of, which cloud provider, our clients are working with. And as we've been servicing a couple of clients, we witnessed that, there are a lot of common things, that, we've been doing repeatedly for every customer. Mm-hmm. So then, we thought about how we can speed up, the process of adding value for our clients, not after 6 months, but after a couple of weeks of working with them. So then we turned around a couple of things, and we started working on, a lot of reusable Terraform modules, which are based on many official Terraform provided modules, but building those, common scenarios where, for example, if you were, as a client, if you wanted to migrate to Kubernetes, a POC or a production environment, then we have already something in place, which is proven, tested, and we have been working with many clients. And we witnessed that, by doing this, we've managed to shorten the time for our clients, but as well also mitigate all the risks, all the issues that you encounter throughout your implementation or throughout the development when you start things from scratch. So a lot of things we've learned throughout this period. One thing that we have been we've learned that it's very important to think about security as well, not just think about delivery, because when you're in a rush of delivering a release as a company, that's a major focus. How do we ship a version to our products or to our business stakeholders? But security is something that it's been very important for us, especially because we are working with fintech companies where regulators in the financial industry are much strict. And a lot of auditing happens, throughout the infrastructure, throughout the processes. So for us, it has been very important to, tackle this aspect as well, with implementing infrastructure with our customers.
Very good. I appreciate this chance to learn about you and kind of what's happening in the world of Kubernetes and Terraform and GitOps and several things that you mentioned there. Congratulations again on your being a partner with AWS and your certified Kubernetes. Tell us, where can folks find out more about AppStellar and the things that you do?
We are very present in social media, but I would say our primary point of contact and to learn more about us would be our website, which is appsteller.io. Great.
You see the spelling right behind you there, .io, and you're off to the races. So, yeah. All right. Well, Tali, I'm Tali Shakiri, who is the founder and CTO with AppStellar. Thanks for joining us today. Look forward to great success from you.
Thank you so much. It's been great being here. Have a great day.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
All right, we are back and rounding out today's Techstrong TV. We've got The View with Vizard. In this one, Mike Vizard speaks with Adi Galvan, who is the CEO of SpeedB, and they discuss how to make databases scale without relying on sharding. Certainly a relevant conversation, especially as more organizations are utilizing databases in their DevOps processes. So let's go ahead and roll it now.
This is Digital Anarchist.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Adi Galvan, who's the CEO for SpeedB. They help scale databases by tweaking the backends in some ways that we're about to get into. Adi, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
So we have all these NoSQL databases out there that people have deployed. There's a wide variety of them, and they seem to be running into scaling issues. So what is the root cause of that problem, and what's to be done about it?
Right. So when you run any kind of database, actually, doesn't have to be NoSQL, but any kind of database, the front end is the database, the part that is charged of arranging the data and have it in columns or rows or whatever, and doing the SQL queries. The backend is normally connected to a storage system. Not many people know that in between those two layers is a software layer called storage engine. This is normally a key value store, can be either B-tree based or LSM based. Lately, LSM storage engines are more prevalent. And these small creatures, I would say, hidden creatures that are embedded in the database, they are in charge of the layout of the data on the backend storage system. It can be a file system, S3, whatever storage. And they are predominantly in charge of handling the metadata. So recently, we see that the metadata is simply growing, actually exploding, and they become a bottleneck.
And is this something that I can replace? I mean, a lot of people just think the database is the database, but can I go in there and swap that layer out?
Right. So it really depends on the kind of database, but normally these are embedded libraries. So pluggable library. You can simply plug and replace and use different storage engines. Normally, each database can actually support number of storage engines. And yeah, these are pluggable, and you get different performance, scale, and different abilities in your database according to the storage engine.
And what kind of performance attributes can I expect if I swap that out? What kind of scale might I see?
Right. So generally, you can divide storage engines into two: B-tree-based and LSM-based. B-tree-based are very, very fast in read operations, and LSM are very fast in write operations. The basics of them are they were meant to manage the metadata, which they were designed to actually handle small data. The challenge today is that the metadata has grown significantly, and then you simply need to manage a lot of metadata on these storage engines that were not designed to handle large amounts of data. And you get into scalability and performance problems like I/O stalls, hangs, late responses with queries, and the ability or the disability to scale on a single node. So you actually need to shard them. So if you choose the right storage engine that can actually support more data, you'll get better performance. Your queries will run faster. You'll be able to do more complex queries. You'll be able to run different workloads on your database. It's actually pretty surprising how different databases or applications that use storage engine perform when you actually replace the storage engine.
So who's in charge of this these days? It used to be there was DBAs, and I'm sure there's plenty of them out there, but are DevOps teams playing a larger role in this conversation as well? I mean, are more people getting involved in the management of the databases?
Yeah, so DBAs usually deal with the database itself, the front end, the tables, the rows, the queries. DevOps are usually dealing with the infrastructure. The guys who actually handle it are the programmers and the architects of the database itself that are designing the internal structure of the database and the layout of the database. So you don't meet a lot of people out there that actually know how to handle a storage engine. And pretty surprisingly, at least for us, is that people treat a storage engine as a constant, not as a variable. Many people, even DBAs, they don't even know how to replace it or that there is this ability. So, and what we did in SpeeDB, we found that this is a major bottleneck, especially when the metadata is really growing. And we said, let's look at it as a different component. Let's not look at it as an atom, but as a molecule. And let's see how we can improve it. So our target, our buyer, our users are normally the programmers and the architects of the databases or the application. What we see, by the way, more is that it's not only databases. More and more applications are using storage engines directly to manage their metadata. So it's far beyond databases. It can be applications, variety of them, cybersecurity, e-commerce, whatever.
We hear a lot about data ops these days. Is the whole management of data and these platforms starting to mature? And what exactly is data ops from your perspective?
Right. So you can look at it from two angles. Data ops can be the high-level management of the data and choosing which data system or which database to use and how to manage this life cycle. And you can look at it from the low-level angle, which is how do you make sure that the internal data is actually kept on the right backend storage or file system and being operated well. We look at the bottommost side of it.
How much effort is required to replace the storage engine per se in these environments? I mean, do I have to have a lot of expertise, or can the mere mortal programmer do this?
As I said, each database or application can support several storage engines. They're normally in the form of key value stores. There is no standard API. So if your application supports 3 kinds of storage engines and you need a 4th one, then it might need programming and change in the application. What we did, we went to the market and searched for the most prevalent storage engine, which is RocksDB, made by Facebook, which is an open source. We see that it is by far the most used and by far the fastest growing storage engine in the market that supports or is supported by most of the applications and the databases. And we made sure that SpeeDB is actually 100% compliant, which means that it has the same API. So if you're changing from RocksDB to SpeeDB, it's a drop and replace. It's seamlessly, it will take you 30 seconds of changing the link of the library. You're good to go.
All right. What is your best advice then to organizations about how to think about data management these days? Because historically, it's never been an area where I would say a lot of organizations are going to win a good housekeeping seal of approval for the way they approach it. So do we need to take a giant step back and think about data management differently?
I think it's one of those cases where you're not aware of an issue or of a bottleneck or a potential bottleneck till it actually hits you in the face. So, when I made a career in storage, and storage was always the bottleneck. How do you scale? How do you reach large capacities? And these things have been solved by the cloud, by S3, huge file system, great technologies of software-defined storage. And the database angle in the front has been solved by distributed databases and database as a service. So you can actually scale almost indefinitely from the database side and from the storage side. But people haven't really thought about the linkage, the storage engine, because metadata was always very, very small. Nowadays, with the connected devices and the unstructured data, which actually present a different ratio between the data and the metadata. Now, sometimes the metadata of your data is larger than the data itself. So if you're handling petabytes, you may have hundreds of terabytes of metadata. And these started to be bottlenecks. And now people saying, okay, this is the bottleneck. How do I solve it? So one way is to shard the problem, which is cool, but needs from the architect to really program the database differently. And it costs money, especially on the cloud. Every shard is another instance. Someone has to pay for this. What we did in SpeeDB, we took RocksDB and we redesigned the whole data structure so we can actually support 100 times more data and provide the customer 10 times more performance. So by replacing and drop and replacing RocksDB with SpeeDB, now you can actually do zero code change, simply drop and replace, and actually scale much better and get a lot of performance and scalability on the same hardware. So we're trying to solve the scalability problem without having the vendors or the customers have to redesign the way data works.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. Sharding is hard, and that's why it rhymes. Hey, Adi, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
All right, that is today's Techstrong TV broadcast. Hope you enjoyed today's conversations and presentations. We had a lot of them today, so I hope you were able to stick around for the entirety. If not, watch it again. You can see what you missed the first time. Just a quick reminder, we have a show on Monday, June 6th, a regular broadcast. Then the rest of the week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, we are going to be live streaming interviews from the RSA conference in San Francisco. I'm very, very excited about this. I will be conducting the interviews on Tuesday's show, so you'll see me there. And then I believe Mitch Ashley and Alan Schimmel will be live streaming interviews on the other 2 days. But we've got a lot in store for you next week, so I hope you can join us and listen in on all of the interviews that we have coming up. We do have a rerun happening on next Friday, and then the week after we'll be back with our regular programming. So until then, until Monday's regular episode and then on to RSA, I hope everybody has a great weekend, and please, whatever you do, stay safe.